Again, in the white ring right now. In the white ring right now, we're finishing up Class 9B. Class 10A should be in the makeup area.
Another exceptional class over here in the white ring of young people, and I think super showmen that we're going to keep an eye on for years to come. Let's give all the exhibitors that were in this class a big round of applause. Got the 5 young ladies that we've got pulled out in this final lineup. Really appreciate a lot of things about them. The two that are in the top end here, the Dorset and the Hamp Ulam, the 2 young ladies have done a tremendous job. I think very, very similar in terms of their showmanship style. One's maybe a little bit quicker and maybe just a tick more accurate in terms of that top line. So that's why I went ahead and put the young lady up in first. I think she just a little bit quicker in terms of getting that sheep set up the way I like. Head and neck position, both these young ladies have done a phenomenal job. I appreciate the way they've got that 90 degree at the top of the shoulder leading into that neck, and from that neck into that throat latch. So sheep, I like to see them where they actually can view and see what's going on, and I think both those sheep are presented in that way. Really, really did a great job. Occasionally, young lady in second, you had your feet and legs just a little bit offset. And so we can work on that a little bit. A couple times you drop that top line a little bit. So if you're in that standing up position or brace position, go ahead and drive that animal so you can pop that top and make him nice and straight. And I think it's going to be even closer between you two. But 2 outstanding showmen there in first and second. Young lady that's in third, another really good showman. I want you to work on that head and neck position. I want to see that nose down just a notch, a little bit more of a 90 through that throat latch area, and I think that will certainly help out in terms of that overall side view presence. The way you set up the feet and legs, impeccable. You got them stuck as far as that's concerned, but I just want to see how you work that head and neck. Young lady that's in fourth place, another good showman. Took you a little bit longer to get your sheep set up right. Once you got in there, you've got the right look, you've got the right presence in the ring, so I want you to keep up all those good things because I think you're going to be an outstanding showman. We're splitting hairs here in the top 4. And then we've got a really talented young lady here in 5th. You were showing down a little bit more of the time, which you needed to, because a couple times that you were up, that sheep top line kind of sagged a little bit. So you got to keep an eye on that. And that's the whole point of showmanship, is to show some of the faults that we have in our sheep, or maybe some of the areas that could be perceived as faults when they're relaxed in in your hands and in the ring, they may have a tendency just to kind of calm down and drop that top line. So get that top up nice and straight, and I think there'll be a huge improvement there. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from Class 9B. Those are our second group of 12-year-olds. First place goes to Bailey Reck, Lowell, Ohio. Second place, Sophia Hurst, Fillmore, Indiana. And third, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Others in that class, Riley Gertz, Landry Krieger, Vivian Julian, Macy Berry, Margot Johnson, Emma Miner, Lexi Williams, Mabel Repscher, Brody Binkley, Brianna Moeller, Wyatt Halland, Ian Salmon, Layla Street, Cade Joseph, Landry Street, Addison Meyer, and Abby Rathbun. In the white ring, we now have contestants in Class 10A, our first class of 13-year-olds. In the makeup area, we need Class 10B, our second and final class of 13-year-olds, those born June 16 through and including the 31st day of December of the year 2011. In the white ring, we've got our first class of 8-year-olds. In the ring, we need Class 5B, our second and final class of 8-year-olds, to be in the makeup area.
All right, as we get into our first class of 8-year-olds, these top 5 out here, this is a class that I think, boy, everybody that wasn't pulled out, I think this is an extremely uniform group in terms of quality, in terms of experience, and so actually probably one of the most challenging classes of the day so far because there's not a lot of big differences that separate these top 5. But the young man that's got this Southdown weather out here, this is one that I think this is just a heck of a good pair for showmanship out here. It's kind of a smaller frame, little weather out here, and this guy gets down low. He matches his body position with that weather really well. He doesn't overshow this sheep. He just gets it set really square. And he's always really intent in terms of where I am. I like his show ring presence. He's keeping a good eye on me. He's keeping track of me at all times. I like his show ring presence. I like the way he matches that sheep extremely well. The young man that comes in second with this pretty in second, he's really intense, right? I like how he holds that neck really high. The placement of the head is perfect. Very, very intense in terms of when he's walking that sheep. He drives it good, and I like that about him. The young ewe that comes in third this year, too, when she's off the side, she does as good a job as anybody in this class. I like how she gets down low and can still prop that head up high. Just a very, very nice job. There's time where maybe this sheep gets underneath herself just a little bit. We want to stretch her out and keep her set up just a little bit quicker. The young lady with the purple shirt in fourth, the Dorset Advantage out here. Here's one, when she hits the ring, grabs your attention, right? A lot of presence, walks really, really good, a good speed, and I like how deliberate she is with getting this one set up. At times, that neck probably comes forward just a little bit more than I'd like to see, but does a fantastic job. The young lady with the largest ewe in class comes in fifth, and this is one that just does a great job of getting it set up. I don't think it's the easiest sheep to show, but she does it very, very well. Certainly a little bit more of a frame style showing presence about her in terms of getting this one set, holding that head high. Just does a fantastic job. Please give them a hand as they exit the ring. They've all done a great job.
Placing on Class 5A, those are our 8-year-olds in the first division. First to Oakley Ryan of Owanaco, Illinois. Second place, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana. Third, Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Others in that class, Rory Reister, Cora Bachenauer, Renz Loth, Elizabeth Briggs, Everett Ream, Luke Scheller, Bryce Schwartz, Logan Kreft, Nora Peterson, Landry Joseph, Carl Hurst, Tinley Corey, and Stockton Klotz. In the blue ring at this time, we have contestants in Class 5B, our second and final class of 8-year-olds. In the makeup area, we need Class 6A, our first class of 9-year-olds, those born January 1 through and including the last day of July of 2015. In the white ring, we have Class 10A, our first class of 13-year-olds. In the makeup area, we need 10B, our second and final class of 13-year-olds, those born June 16 through the end of the year of 2011.
really nice class of 13-year-olds. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Got quite a few exhibitors that, again, were kind of knocking at the door. We had to send them out. Top 5 here, though, again, very consistent in their showmanship approach. I appreciate that. There's some similarities and some differences, and we're talking, you know, splitting hairs here. But young lady we're going to start off with today, just an exceptional showman. I think she was on when she came into the ring, certainly caught my eye. Very calm, very relaxed kind of a showman that certainly gets the job done with that ewe, and I think they make a great team. The ewe really performs for her very well. She has a tendency to get that sheep set up a little bit quicker, keep that top line just a little bit straighter, and I really appreciate the way she shows off that front end. So a great job there in that first place position. Young man that's in second, you're just a notch off. I think you did an exceptional job, a really, really good showman. I appreciate that. When you go on to that side view or I come around the front end, you have a tendency to overextend that neck just a little bit forward. And again, this is just, you know, splitting hairs here. That ewe wants to pop her nose in the air, you try to bring it down, but then you lose some of that elevation on that neck. And so work on those things a little bit. It may be a sheep dependent thing. Maybe next year or another show you got a different sheep that wants to extend up a little bit higher. That would be helpful, but I think you did a great job in terms of setting feet and legs. Again, the second most accurate as far as getting that job done and pretty quick. Young lady that's in third place, another really good showman. I appreciate that. You tend to hide behind your sheep. It's a great thing. That's what we teach a lot of people, that we want to show that sheep off. I didn't really notice you at first, but I kept looking at the sheep and thinking, God, she looks really, really great. And then started to realize the showman that was doing that, and I think you did a great job. Sometimes you have a tendency to offset those feet and legs a little bit in the back. Want to keep an eye on that, or at least catch it sooner so you can correct it. There were times that you did correct it, but not quite as quick as the two individuals that are ahead of you. Young lady that's in fourth place, a really calm, really reserved showman. And again, you know, one that every time I looked at that sheep, she was set up appropriately. I like you to make her maybe a little bit more alert. Okay, wake her up, get that neck and head just a little bit more extended, a little bit more alert in appearance. You know, every sheep is different in terms of how they approach things. She's pretty relaxed in your hands. That's probably why she's pretty calm out there, and she sets up real square for you. But kind of waking her up a little bit, I think that'll help move you up into this class. Young lady that's in fifth place, a little bit faster on your approach. Sometimes moving around the ring and stuff a little bit faster. I think being behind the others kind of slowed you down just a notch, which is good. When you get her set up, you're a little bit offset occasionally, and sometimes you let that top line just drop just a notch. So make sure you stay in that brace mode so that you keep that top line up, or if you're down, keep that top line up. But a nice group here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results from Class 10A, our first class of 13-year-olds. First place, and congratulations, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Second, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. And third, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Others in that class, Catherine Cordis, Madison Dwyer, Avery Mills, Claire Harris, Brooke Kyle, Claire McCullough, Morgan Anderson, Logan Deering, Morgan Davis, Lauren Julian, Kirby Joe Bacon, Mace Lambert, Addison Inbody, Braxton Green, Blake Buckland, Kenna Bowden, and Owen Grinstead.
We're on to our second class of 8-year-old showmen out here, and I think these top three are really, really close. And you know, obviously, I think the most thing that separates them is really how their sheep is working today, and that's just how showmanship goes. It's got to be the showman's technique in combination with how well that sheep wants to work with them today. And so, really, that's why the young lady with that southbound weather finds her way up into second. This weather's pretty calm and cool. He sets up really, really easy. But not only that, this young lady does a great job with her body position, how she keeps that sheep braced. I like how she holds that head. I think she's one of the calmest of getting off to each side of that wether when she transitions from the right to the left. That transition is very smooth. Just does a fantastic job. The young lady with the green shirt with the black face ewe in second, I really like how calm she is too. When she's on the move with this sheep, that sheep walks really, really good. I like how she handles with that halter on the move. I think it's just about as perfect as it can be. There's times where this sheep maybe just doesn't stay set as quick, and really that's why she finds her way into second rather than the first hole. Honestly, the same can be said with the young lady in third. When she's off to the side on the profile like this, I think she's the best showman in the group. She does a fantastic job right here on the profile. Unfortunately, this ewe lamb's probably just a little bit hard to work with today. There's times where it just took a little bit longer to get this one set, and ultimately speed and getting this one looking its good, its best all the time is really what separates those top three. The young lady in fourth, this young lady is just going to keep getting better. I don't know if her experience is as high as the top three, but she does the basics things very, very good. I think she does a good job of keeping this sheep braced. I think she does a good job of keeping this one's head up. There's times where it maybe gets a little bit stretched, and maybe her body position with the way she's bracing it isn't quite as neat as those top three. Then the young lady in fifth, here too, this one in terms of basic things of keeping that sheep set up, keeping that head and nose pointed forward, she does it very, very well. And that's what separated her from the group and got her on in this top five lineup. Fantastic job. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on Class 5B, our second and final class of 8-year-olds, first place goes to Lindley Krieger of Washington, Indiana. Congratulations. Second place to Charlie Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. Third, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Four, or others in that class, Grace Sweeterman, Samantha Logan, Bryce Niemeyer, Wesley Hick, George Fry, Thaddeus Logan, Soren Storms, Colton Reddick, Jillian DeFries. Currently in the show ring, we have class in the white ring, 10B, which is the second class of 13-year-olds. That is the class currently in the ring. In the blue ring, we're on class number 6A, which is the first class of 9-year-olds. In the makeup area in the blue ring, we need class 6B, our second class of 9-year-olds. And in the makeup ring for the white ring, we need class 11A, our first class of 14-year-olds. Over in the swine barn right now, our 19-year-olds are currently in the ring. 19-year-old showmen are in the ring in the red ring over at the swine barn. Over at the swine barn right now in the red ring, our 19-year-old contestants are currently in the show ring.
Well, I think we've got a whale of a pair of showmen to the top of this class with these Southdown ewes. I think we're splitting hairs, but the young man, or the young man with the Dorset's going to go ahead and win this class. I mean, he is on point at every single angle. He's really deliberate with his moves and his body position, but he still does it really smoothly. And I think that's a fine balance to find with showman is your intensity matches your calmness, and that sheep is just in sync with you, and that young man does it really, really well. The young lady with the Southdown isn't far behind. I think at times maybe she honestly got hid just a little bit in that corner and couldn't quite get this ewe stretched out, and really she probably just didn't quite show herself to her fullest potential like that ewe in first did, but still matches that intensity. Gave me the best look at every time of that ewe. Does a fantastic job. Good job. Congratulations. The Cotswold in third. I think this man just keeps the sheep set up square all the time. I like his movement around the sheep. I like how he'll match this sheep's size when he puts her on the move. Just does a really, really good job with that breeding ewe. The young man in fourth, I like the way you hold this head. Okay, you get her propped up really good. I think you show off how extended and long fronted she is. There's times where this ewe's probably just not working with you today, not getting her feet and legs set up quite as quickly as those top three in front of you, but you do a fantastic job. The young lady that comes in fifth with the big hamp ewe, just really, really good fundamentals in terms of showmanship. On a brace all the time. The sheep doesn't move. Probably just maybe doesn't have quite the intensity. Maybe doesn't drive this sheep when we go. I'd like to see this sheep get her head up higher when you walk this sheep to compete with those four ahead of you. Fantastic class. Let's give them a round of applause. I kept it on. It's already on.
All right, let's go ahead and give your second class of 13-year-olds a big round of applause. Got a nice group out here. The top five, I think, really kind of sorted themselves out. Again, we don't get a lot of time with these classes, but we certainly can identify individuals that I think, again, are consistent, they're accurate, and pretty proficient at what they're doing. And I think these five really rose to the occasion. The top three individuals, really close in my mind. I gave them one more John around the ring just to kind of get some perspective there. And I think what it comes down to in terms of these three individuals, you've got three that are very similar in terms of their showmanship technique. There's a little bit of difference in terms of speed, maybe a little bit of difference in terms of accuracy, but it really comes down to relationship. And I think the two young ladies, maybe they have just a little bit better relationship with their animal today. They're performing just a notch quicker, a little bit more efficient, and a little bit smoother in terms of their approach. Young lady that we're going to start off with, I just really appreciate the way you present that side view. The head and neck position is impeccable. 90-degree angle at the top of that shoulder into that neck region, right through that throat latch, a 90-degree angle, and I think that just really presents a really nice side profile picture. Really small, smooth, really calm in terms of your approach. You set the sheep up square every time, and I think that just is an appropriate level there. Young lady in second, you're a little bit more reserved in your showmanship approach, and I didn't notice you right away, but I did notice your sheep, and I kept looking, and I thought, well, shoot, that's a darn good Dorset ewe. You're an outstanding showman. You're certainly doing what you're supposed to do, which show that sheep off and make me draw that attention there, and you certainly did that. So that ewe, you've had her really spot on. She looks great. Sometimes you have a tendency to tip that nose up a little bit. Sometimes you're missing the beat in terms of that top line, and so I want you to work on that just a notch more, get them just a little bit more accurate in terms of that straightness, but both really, really good showmen there in the top end. The young man in third, I think you certainly stand out as well. You're a little bit faster in your approach, and that's perfectly fine. I think the ewe lamb's jumping a little bit for you, maybe not quite as on point as the two that are just ahead of her. That might be due to maturity, and I think as she starts to get a little bit more comfortable with this, as you guys mature a little bit together, I think you're certainly going to come into that. But a great showman there in third place, really accurate most of the time in terms of feet and legs. Sometimes those front feet are just a notch offset. young lady that has a Katahdin ewe. She's a big ewe and you handle her very well. I appreciate that. On the side profile, when I come around and you're off to the side, you have a tendency to stretch that neck out a little bit. I want you to kind of check that neck up over the top of her shoulders so there's a little bit of a 90-degree angle when you're off on that side. And again, this is a nitpicky point, but it's something that kind of separated you out of that top end. But I think a really good showman, and I think you handle the big ewe extremely well. Young man that's in 5th place, another good showman. I like the way you handle the ewe. Every time I look at her, she's set up very well. I want you to work on the head and neck maybe just a notch more. Get her a little bit more out of the top of her shoulder, kind of jack her up just a notch more, and I think you can do that, but you got to work with it a little bit. She wants to continue to back up on you, which is taking a little bit longer time to get her set up, but just as she did right now. But I think a really great group of showmen. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placing on Class 6A, our first class of 9-year-olds. First went, and congratulations to Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Second place, Shelby Hick, Redbud, Illinois. Third, Rhett Steiner, Mason, Illinois. Others in that class, Nash Johnson, Samantha Everhart, Emma Thompson, Brian Ritter, Logan Minter, Mackenzie Abel, Cohen Abbelt, Reagan Leeper, Emmett Ozovsky, Avery Adams, Jackson Worley. Placing on Class 10B, which is our second class of 13-year-olds. First, and congratulations, Evelyn McGowan, Princeton, Wisconsin. Second, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. Third, Everett Mueller, Dell, Wisconsin. Others in that class, Eva Beckner, Foster King, Melanie Korth, Emerson Harms, Theo Angus, Arabella Clifton, Caitlin Morrow, Ethan Rodman, Cooper Leininger, W. Hudson Weissend, Trevor Smith, Cade Jones, Allie Winters, Colton Spangler, Silas Harland, Maylee Adams, Nicholas Reif, Madeline Mag, and Opal Ryan. In the ring at this time, in the blue ring, we have Class 6B, our second class and final class of 9-year-olds. And we have Class 11A, our first class of 14-year-olds in the white ring. Those contestants born January 1 through the 15th day of May of 2010. In the makeup area at the end of the white ring, we need Class 11B, our final class of 14-year-olds. At the end of the ring, in the makeup area for the blue ring, we need contestants in Class 7A, our first class of 10-year-olds, born January 1 through and including the 15th day of June of 2014.
I think in terms of a young showman that just is able to show this sheep off best is the young lady that wins this class. Really what separates her apart is she consistently was able to get this sheep to brace. Every time I handled it, gave me a nice, firm, hard touch. There's times where I wish when she was on the drive, this one's head up was up a little bit higher, and it just went a little harder. But when it's set and she's bracing this sheep, she's the best showman in the class. Does a fantastic job. Good work. The young man that comes in second, you just do a really good job of keeping this sheep set. Obviously has had a lot of time put in back home in the barn. This sheep is extremely calm. I don't think it's ever moved once it's set, and that's awesome, right? You're really calm and cool with this sheep. When you put this one in motion with the halter, I like the way you do it. Even with the halter, it looks its best, so I'm glad you used that halter to make this one look good. The young man with the natural colored in third, obviously a big frame sheep, so just a little bit different style out here, but he does it as good as any frame sheep showman that we've seen do all day. Keeps that neck at a 90, keeps that nose pointed forward. It's a big sheep that's hard to set those feet on, but he gets it done. Great job. The young lady that comes in fourth with the Southdown, I like your body position with this Southdown, right? You keep that neck, or you're good on that jaw handle. You've got really good head control with this sheep. At times, I wish you'd just stretch this one out a little bit more. Make sure I always see it as well, okay? Then with the natural weathered in fifth, I like this guy, what he does in terms of the basic things, right? He's maybe not the fastest to set this sheep. Maybe he doesn't quite have the presence, but that sheep is set up, and he's got it looking good all the time. He's done a fantastic job. Please give him a round of applause. If you didn't make the top five, great job. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out.
Again, we want to thank Seidel Sheep Equipment for their continuous sponsorship of the All-American Junior Show. Besides all of our awards that they present for showmanship, as this is the Seidel Showmanship show and classes, they also provide all the shirts, both for staff and for the juniors. So let's give Seidel a nice round of applause for that sponsorship. Results from Class 6B, our second class of 9-year-olds. First to Rosalind Hammerstead, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Second place, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan. Third to Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 4, Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. Others in that class, Lyndon Bremen, Derek Opplinger, Anja Lean, Gavin Kumro, Raylyn Schreiner, Julia Ripka, Vincent Morrow, Jess Vaught, Mackenzie Mag, Judd Bergman, and Lydia Lake.
First class 14-year-olds here, 5 outstanding exhibitors, and again, as you go through the class, I think they certainly sort themselves out. We've got, I think, 3 at the top end of this class that were pretty consistent in terms of their showmanship technique, and again, it kind of comes down to relationship when we get into these top 3. I think the young lady and the Dorset lamb certainly did a phenomenal job in terms of how they present themselves in the ring. Really make a great team there in terms of showmanship. She's really calm. She's really relaxed, very efficient at getting the job done. And every time I look over there, the lamb looks like it's in a perfect position, and she looks calm and she looks relaxed. And so I think a really great team effort. Again, I love that head and neck position. I think she's pretty consistent on that and does a great job. The young man with the South Down ewe, another very good showman. You spent a little bit more time down, and I appreciate that. That ewe wants to tip her head and nose up in the air. I'd like to see you just kind of level that off just a notch if you can figure out a way to do that. Sometimes they're going to fight you, and so, you know, it's kind of luck of the draw, but you really have her set up perfectly square, just like the young lady. Just a couple subtle differences in terms of that front end and that head and neck and how you present, I think would certainly move you up into that top position, but very close pair there in first and second. The young lady with the frame fitted ewe, I appreciate this black ewe. I like the way that you've got her set up. She's perfect. She sets down those feet and legs nice and square. It looks really great. She tends to roach up, and I think you're a little bit tense. You get tense, she gets tense, and it just kind of exacerbates the problem. You're trying to correct it, but I think part of it is just let's relax a little bit, do what you know you're doing best, because I think you're doing a great job with the big sheep, and you got her set up really, really well, and you've done a great job, and she's presented extremely nice. And so if you could just get her to relax a little bit, I think it would certainly be even more competitive up in that top end. The young lady that's in 4th place, another good exhibitor. She's got a big ewe to handle. I think this Horn Dorset slick ewe does a great job in terms of once she gets set up, she looks pretty good. I think she's fighting her just a little bit on occasion, so it's taking her a little bit longer to get to that point, the end point that we see in the top 3, and so that's why I've got you there in 4th place. I think that's where you fit, and I think you've done a great job to get to that point. Young lady that's in 5th, I think another really good showman. Occasionally you've got those front legs just a little bit offset, and so again, that's just a fine detail compared to the other exhibitors, but when I come around the front end, or if I'm looking in the side view and I can see that they're a little too wide, a little too offset, and it stands out more often than not, then that's going to separate you out of the top 5. But I think you did a great job. If you're going to stay standing, you got to work on that brace a little bit too to make sure you get that top line nice and straight. When you're down, you can see it, and you're getting it nice and eye level, and it's perfectly straight. But when you're standing up, you need to get a little more brace on there so you can get them up straight and level there. So nice class here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results from class number 11A, which is our first class of 14-year-olds. First place, and congratulations, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. And third, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Others in that class, Paige Minter, Shelby Thomas, Aubrey Miller, Gabby Layton, Miranda Schramer, Hunter Hayes, Mallory Johnson, Corbin Claybaugh, William Wilds, Scout Ingram, Emma Kyle, Gavin Ruling, Jeffrey Wilson II, Josie Megason, Peyton Howe, and Kenzie Meyer.
Well, back in the other ring here, we've got a pair of showmen at the top of the class that are extremely competitive. We're really splitting hairs between these two. I think the longer they go, there's a few things that separate them, though. And I think the bigger difference is on the brace. The young lady that wins this class, I think, is just a little bit more calm as far as getting this sheep on the brace, and she doesn't overdo it. She just keeps those feet just a tick more square. I like it when she's off to the side, like the versatility she offers as a showman. I think she just makes this sheep look good all the time. The young lady with the south down that comes in second, fantastic show ring presence. Okay, she's super calm as she moves around this sheep. She sets these feet and legs up very, very good and calmly. The only thing I'd change is maybe on the brace, she might give it a little bit too much brace and tends to overdo it, which consequently leads to that one roaching just a tick. And really, that's the fine hairs that separates these two from the top. Both of them do a fantastic job. Good job. The young lady with the big south down in third, really, really good when she's out on the move. Moves with this sheep really, really good. I think she's able to handle this sheep in terms of head control very, very well. At times, maybe wasn't the quickest, wasn't the most efficient with getting this one set up. Had him on a place just a little bit too often, and that's why she falls down in third, but that's being awfully critical. The Romney that comes in fourth, this young man just does a good job. You talk about having one set, making it look good, doing the right things correct all the time. He does it. I'd maybe just like to see a little bit more movement off to the side. Show me that sheep just a little bit more. But you do a good job. Then the south down that rounds this class, honestly, this young lady just continued to grow on me as a showman. I think she does all the little things right. But with more experience, she's going to put together some of these finer things as far as bracing this sheep, jaw control, showing this sheep out just a little bit more. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together.
Placing on Class 7A, our first class of 10-year-olds. First, and congratulations, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Second, Allie Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Third, Michaela Noner, Irwin, South Dakota. Others in that class, Kenneth Briggs, Emily Wilds, Meyer Lambert, Caden Murphy, Rena Loth, Harper Ryan, Elizabeth Peragowitz, Elena Smith, Ella Brown, Riley Smith, and Olivia Starr. exhibitors over in the swine barn in the red ring, they have finished individual classes. They're waiting on our 2 classes to finish up before they start team showmanship. But we'll wait a few minutes before we start team showmanship. If you need to have a junior get over to that other barn because they're in team over there, but we will try to go into team showmanship fairly quickly after we get done with our individual classes. But again, these are our final 2 individual classes in here. They are done over in the swine barn in the red ring.
Well, we've got every different style of showman out here in the top 5, and I think that's pretty cool because each of them does the right thing for their particular animal, and that's really what showmanship's about. This young lady that wins with this tall Dorset, I mean, she shows that front end off so good, and really that's what makes her stand out. I love how she holds that head up with the ear set. She keeps that nose driving forward all that time. That sheep doesn't move once it's set, and it almost drives into her a little bit, so it's giving you a good look on the profile every time. On the move, it's just a calm, cool walk with that sheep. You do a fantastic job. Good job. With the baby doll, this young lady's really intense. I think when you're on the move, I really like watching you, right? You keep that halter out, and that south thumb just prances, and that's really fun to watch. It grabs my attention. You're really very deliberate with your movement with this sheep off to the side. Every angle you give me is very good. Keep up the good work. The slick shear Dorset that comes in next, this one on the brace is really good and probably the best in the class. Ultimately, I think it probably just came down to getting those feet and legs set up perfect all the time. The top two do that. Occasionally one leg might be out of position, and that's really what slides you down to third, but that's being really critical on a very good showman, so keep up the good work. The young man with the south down in fourth, this is a very calm south down buck, and so once he's set, he doesn't move. I like the way this young man's off to the side, off to the front of this sheep. He shows me everything about this sheep all the time, and he's so cool and collected when he does it. The young lady with the south down in fifth, I like her style, right? When it's moving, she keeps that head up very, very high. I think her hand placement's just a little bit different than those in the top four. I'm okay with that because it makes the sheep really look really, really good. Most importantly, she gets that sheep stuck all the time and does a great job doing it. So congratulations to all exhibitors. Let's give them a hand.
All right, another nice class here in the 14-year-old division. Again, I think five really good showmen in terms of what they bring to the table. They're pretty consistent. They rose to the top. They were certainly the best in terms of being particularly when we had the big group out here, and I think they had sheep that performed with them very well. Young lady that we're going to start off with, the fitted black ewe lamb, just a really good showman. I think she's pretty comfortable with her animal out here, an animal that wants to perform with her very well. She sets up those feet and legs nice and square. Really, really shows off that front end extremely well. Very elegant about that ewe lamb. I like the way that she keeps that head and neck up. She tips that nose down when I come around for the front view. I think she's done a very good job. Young man in second, you're very accurate in terms of getting the sheep set up. I like the way you're working the body, the top line, nicely positioned or presented in that way. I'd like to see you kind of get her to be a little bit more awake and a little more alert. So she has a tendency to drop her head down a little bit. I want you to kind of jack it up, and if you're staying down to show her, you got to work on that. And it takes a little bit more effort and a little bit more work, but I think you're a really good showman. Every time I looked at you from that shoulder all the way back to that dock,
contestants is under 15. The white ring will start with Class 4, combined ages 22 to 24. Again, just so everyone knows, Team Showmanship will be at 11:33. Start out in the white ring with class number 4. Combined ages of those contestants, 22 to 24. Then in the blue ring, we'll start with class number 1. Contestants combined ages of 50 S.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test. Online, test, 1, 2, 3.
Hayes Klotz, you need to come to the bleacher area right behind the announcer's stand. Hayes Klotz. Team Showmanship will begin in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Team Showmanship begins. Again, in the white ring, we start out with class number 4. Combined ages of our 2 contestants, 22 to 24. In the blue ring, we start with class 1. Combined ages of our 2 contestants, 15 and less. 2-minute call. This time we're ready to begin Team Showmanship. So in that blue ring, we need our class 1, 15 and under for a combined age of our 2 contestants. In the white ring, we need class number 4, combined age 22 to 24. Again, we want to remind folks of some of the other activities going on right now. We do have Skillathon and virtual shearing open down on the lower level. It'll be open until 5 this evening, both of those. Also, the cornhole team pairings are now posted. Nancy is running around or Judy's running around posting those around the building. So those cornhole team pairings are posted. Also this evening at 6:30, we will have the Bloom Pizza Party over at the Commodities building, which is that open building just on the other side of the grandstand. And at 7, the cornhole tournament in there. At noon, our promotional booth, the sales and thank you booth, will open in both buildings from noon until 4. In the makeup area at the end of the white ring, we need Team Class 5, Team Showmanship, Class number 5, combined ages 25 to 26 in the makeup area. In the blue ring, we need in the makeup area Class 2, combined ages 16 to 19. Again, Class 2 Team Showmanship to the makeup area at the end of the blue ring.
I tell you what a fun class to judge. These 5 that we pulled out, in terms of teamwork and obviously having some things in sync with one another, you probably do things just a little bit better. And obviously those on the head are probably just doing things better in terms of what they did as an individual in showmanship. The young man that wins this class, he is so keen on where I'm at. I love his eye contact as far as when I'm moving around the ring. He knows exactly where I'm at. He's giving me the best angle of that sheep all the time. These two work great together. They've got good synergy. They keep that sheep propped up all the time on the move. I like how the young man on the leg is off to the side, keeping that sheep driving. He's very active in the showing of that sheep. And so together, I think they're the best combination. The young lady that's on the head on the sheep in second is fantastic. She's so cool and calm with this sheep. She keeps that neck propped up and that nose pointed forward all the time. Young lady that's setting legs does a fantastic job of keeping that top line in sync or in line all the time. You two work very, very well together. The pair in third, I mean, these guys, they just get it done. They're really, really calm with how they do it. That Southdown ewe maybe just gets a little bit too quiet and maybe doesn't jump out and grab your attention. But in terms of the fundamentals of what they're doing and how they get it done, they're super, super solid. The young lady that's in the fourth position is really intense. I like the drive of her. I like how she's got great head control with that jaw. Got a young showman on the feet that does a great job of keeping that sheep set up, keeps him moving all the time. Maybe at times got in front of that sheep a little bit or didn't have that back leg set quite perfect, but you two do a great job. Keep up the good work. In fifth, the young man that's on that head, he's doing a fantastic job. He is very, very calm with this sheep, and I like that. Does the fundamental things right. Maybe at times gets this one stretched out just a bit. Maybe the young man on the legs isn't quite as intense as his partner, but I like how they're going about it. They're having a good time, and that's what this is all about. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Our class winner in the team showmanship, class number 1, for contestants combined ages of 15 and under, was Bryson Wolpe and Leland Ging, both of Indiana. Now we have entering the ring team showmanship, class number 2. In the blue ring, these contestants combined ages 16 to 19. Class 2 team showmanship in the blue ring, combined ages 16 to 19.
Got a really good class here in team showmanship. I think 22 to 24 combined age. Is that 22 to 25? Okay. All right. Well, Anyways, a great class here. There's a lot of exhibitors in this ring. Kind of was going through and picking some top end exhibitors. We'll go out and we'll pick your champion. And again, it's about consistency. Looking to see if even in the individual classes they listened to some comments and maybe made some improvements. I think you've got 5 top groups here. Some of these kids were at the top of the classes as an individual. I really appreciate the fact that they come in and they're equally as powerful as a team. And I think you guys are paying attention to a lot of the detail. There's exhibitors that are in the outside of the ring that we're knocking at the door. I think there's a lot of great teams out here and a lot of different types and styles, and I think you guys just keep up the good work. You're doing a tremendous job and really deserve to be out here. I think, if you know what I've been looking for in terms of consistency and timeliness, and then making sure that animal's got the right head and neck position. We'll go out and we'll congratulate your champion today, but a really great set of the top 5 here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Our Class 4 winner was Caitlin Coleman and Caden McCoy, both from Ohio. In the white ring, we now have Class 5. Those combined ages are 25 to 26. And in the blue ring, we are showing class number 2, and that combined age is 16 to 19. Our sponsor of our showmanship classes, both individual and team showmanship, is Seidel Equipment. Seidel not only sponsors that, but they also sponsor all the shirts for staff and exhibitors here at the All-American, things that they've done for a number of years. Let's give Seidel a nice round of applause for their sponsorship.
I think as we come back out here for team showmanship, and obviously we sorted some of these earlier as individuals, and there's some things that start to sort out as the days get longer too, as far as endurance goes and keeping these sheep propped up. And really the team that wins this, I actually think this sheep looks better than when the individual came out as an individual. And I think that goes, that there's a lot of power behind that girl that's setting the legs. And so that team is very, very good. They work in sync together. They're cooperating. They kind of communicate subtly together. But the gal on the head does a fantastic job, and that sheep is set and driving all the time. Fantastic work. The little weather that comes in second, the young man has done a fantastic job all day long on getting that sheep stuck. He matches that sheep extremely well. Now his partner on the legs is just as calm and just super complete and efficient with getting this one set up and driving. At times, maybe this one's starting to get a little bit lazy as the day gets hotter and longer, and honestly, that's maybe why it falls down in second is we just got to keep that one fresh and propped up and driving at all times. The pair that comes here in third, super consistent. They just don't screw up, and because they're so fault-free with how they work, they're very, very consistent in how they get this one set. I'd want this sheep to jump out at me just a little bit more, and so maybe it's just some intensity things to pull together to show me that sheep more. But man, as far as consistency goes, you guys do a fantastic job. Keep up the good work. The young lady on the head in 4 is super intense. She's got great eye contact. She's driving that sheep on me all the time. I don't miss her ever, right? She knows exactly where I am, and every time I look at that sheep, I find her, okay? At times, this sheep just gets overextended, okay? And so maybe some of that, we're overshowing this sheep, and really that at times starts to break her top and open her shoulder a little bit more. The young man in 5, this guy's awesome, right? He's got that sheep on his shoulder. He's doing a fantastic job. Young man on the legs, probably the best leg setter in the class. You do a fantastic job of keeping this sheep set up. You do a great job. Congratulations to all of you exhibitors. Let's give them a hand.
Our class winner of class number 2, the 16 to 19 combined age group, goes to Allie Brennan of Indiana and Larkin Miller of Kentucky.
All right, well, let's go ahead and give your 25-26 class a big round of applause here. Another a really good class, and I think when you start to put these teams together, it's you really need to find that the one that I think is the most consistent, the most perfect in terms of setting up those feet and legs. You've got two operators, one that's supposed to drive that ship in terms of that front end, and then you've got one that is heading telling up that sheep, and then trying to make sure that everything is perfect. That top line, those feet and legs are set correct, and I think all 5 of these pairs here were the most consistent. They did the best job, very uniform in terms of their showmanship style. There's subtle differences and personal preferences. I think all 5 of them have really done a great job. You know, if I was shown alongside of them, it'd certainly be a pleasure to share in that ringside enjoyment as far as presenting those animals. And I think these kids have done a fantastic job. The front ends, the feet and legs, the way they're set up are great. Those exhibitors that are on the outside of the ring, there's some real great pairs out there. And I think maybe just we're a notch off in terms of how they pulled together as a team and their accuracy. So we'll go out and we'll pick your champion out of this drive. Again, your top 5 are really good. Let's give them a big round of applause.
For class number 5 of our team showmanship, our class winner was Alyssa White of Ohio and Bailey Rick of Ohio. Congratulations.
Well, this is an absolute blast to sort this class. These 5 are good, but I don't want to take anything away from the rest of you pairs. This is the toughest class of the day for me. Very, very close, and I'm not exaggerating. You guys are tight. I think where the top 2 separate is both of the young ladies on the legs, right? You guys are making that sheep look better all the time. You do a fantastic job. The young lady heading that ewe in first, your head control is spot on. She doesn't move. She doesn't twist. It is propped up high all the time. When you drive that sheep, I like your intensity. And the young lady setting those feet and legs, boy, you do a great job of keeping that top line perfect, okay? The pair in second with this Dorset, she's a beautiful sheep. And the young lady setting feet on here, she does a great job of working with the gal on the head, right? How you guys are working together to get those front legs set is very, very impressive, okay? It takes a lot to just go ahead and do that and be able to shift her front end one way or the other while she's holding that head, setting those feet higher, okay? You two together make that sheep look better, and that's what this showmanship's all about. In third on this hamp, the young lady on the head, boy, I like the way you hold that jawline. I like the way you keep that nose high. You do a fantastic job of driving this one. You work good together. Young man on the feet and legs, you're really calm and collected, okay? And I really appreciate what you bring to that pair as far as showmanship goes. With the valet, these two work good together, right? Also a very calm, collective pair. I'd like maybe see this one's top kept up just a little bit higher. At times he got stretched out with his front feet a little bit far forward. But as far as just holding on to a calm sheep and making it look good, you guys do a great job. Keep up the good work. With the southbound, the young lady on the head, here's one that she does a great job as far as intensity of driving this one, keeping it braced all the time. It looks good. As a team, you guys work in sync very, very good, and so you're super consistent. That's what pulls you out of this drive. Congratulations to all of you for doing this. This is a fantastic thing.
Class number 3 of our team showmanship was won by Miley Williams and Arabella Clifton, both of Indiana.
All right, let's go ahead and give this class a big round of applause. Another nice class here. Again, we've got some exhibitors on the outside of the ring that certainly are knocking on the door. And these are minute details that get into the top 5. And I think when we start to evaluate them, I think exhibitors that have done a great job. There's a few different ways I could go with this group. I guess, you know, again, getting back to consistency, looking at how they handle maybe the relationship of the with the 2 exhibitors and the animal, as well as between the 2 exhibitors, and just trying to see how they work together as a team and a pair. And there's one group that I think really stands out in my mind. They're just smooth, they're accurate in terms of how they set the animal up. I like the way that they handle the animal. Again, you know, there's things that we could change about each of the exhibitors. There's things that I really, really like about each as well. And so we'll go out and we'll congratulate your champion in reserve in this group, in this team activity today. Again, terrific. Let's give him a big round of applause.
We will begin our regular classes at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We've got to get the rings watered down in both barns, so 1 o'clock we'll start. Results of class number 6 of our team showmanship. First goes to Madeline and Maylee Adams of Illinois. Exhibitors over in the swine barn, they have started the Oxford show. The Oxford show has started over in the swine barn. They are driving ahead. Once Wendell gets the ring wet down, we will begin in here as well. I'll do my best to give you about a 5-minute heads up. We will begin our shows here in both the blue and the white ring in 10 minutes. 12:35, we're going to begin. 12:35. Five-minute call, exhibitors. 5-minute call for the blue ring and the white ring. Start out with senior ram lambs for the white Lincoln in the blue ring, and we'll do fall ram lambs for the Cheviots in the white ring. Blue ring, again, white Lincoln, senior ram lambs. White ring, Cheviot, fall ram lambs. 5-minute call for both. In the blue ring, we're ready to begin the White Lincoln Show. So first class in is Senior Ram Lambs. We're going to wait just a few minutes before we start the Cheviot Show, though. So White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs. Class on deck is Intermediate Ram Lambs. We're now ready to begin our Cheviot Show as well. We need fall ram lambs to the ring. Judging in the blue ring today is Justin Fritchie of Pipestone, Minnesota. He's the product expert at Milburn Seeds. He's also the owner of Sturdy Post Ranch, where they raise Red Angus cow calves and Katahdin sheep. He was a member of the South Dakota State University livestock judging team as the high individual in both meat and animal evaluation. He's judged many county and state shows along with the National Hair Sheep Show in Mexico. His wife, Carissa, and their 5 children are active with showing Katahdins and club lambs. And in our white ring is Dr. Paul Kuber of Spokane, Washington. Dr. Kuber is the associate professor at Washington State University, where he has a split appointment in extension, working as a regional livestock specialist and the state ag science specialist for the 4-H program. Dr. Kuber began his sheep interest as a youth exhibiting in California. He has continued as an adult exhibitor as well as judge at local, regional, and national shows. Dr. Kuber is a board member and past president of the Youth for Quality Care of Animals, or YQCA program. He has been part of that program since its beginning that promotes food safety, animal well-being, and life skill development for youth livestock exhibitors. Let's welcome both Paul and Justin to the All-American.
Over at the White Lincoln Show, we've got a really nice fall buck to get this show going. And this guy walks on a great set of feet and legs, really dark on his points, broad muzzle, great beard character on this one, really uniform in terms of his crimp and his fleece. Just a super good fall buck. We'll get him back on here for Champion Drive and see how it competes, but thanks for bringing him in.
Placing on the White Lincoln class of Senior Ram Lambs, first to Alpha Omega 2440, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
Got a nice pair of fall bucks here to start off the Cheviot Show. two bucks that I think are very correct in terms of their makeup, the way they set down on all four corners. The buck that we're going to start off with today, just a little bit more presence in the ring. I think a buck that's straighter in terms of his lines, particularly that top line. He's level and square in that hip structure. I really appreciate that. You get your hands on him. He's got plenty of dimension up over his top. A lot of rib shape. Really appreciate the depth of forerib, the depth of rear flank. So tremendous amount of shape there. And he puts it together in a very attractive package from the side profile. The buck that's in second, I think, is really complete, really correct in his makeup. I think he's got maybe a tick more length from that 13th rib back when you get your hands on him, but he gives up a little bit in terms of that overall elegance and style through the front end. Maybe not quite as dimensional up over his top or square in that hip, but I think a really good buck here to round out the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the fall ram lamb class for the Cheviots, first place goes to Rinker 2780, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Rinker 2774, Deacon Shanks, Pana, Illinois. In the blue ring, we currently have White Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lambs. In the white ring, Cheviot January Ram Lambs.
We got a trio of bucks out here in your next Lincoln class. The ram that wins this class he's the most correct buck in the class. I think in terms of his lines and his balance, he's the best built class. But most importantly, I really like the fleece on this one. Certainly the most uniform fleece with the most character and luster, and I really like that about him. If I'm going to change this one, he certainly doesn't have quite the power, mass, pounds of production as our buck in second does. That's really what that buck in second's all about. He's really opened up in terms of his rib cage. He is the pounds heaviest, highest performing buck in the class. A buck that maybe has just a little more set to his hock than I'd like to see, a little more angle to that rear leg set. Maybe just shortens up in terms of his overall body length in comparison to the rest of his balance. The buck in third, there's a sound, good moving type of a sheep that reads to me as actually the greenest and most immature. A sheep that I do appreciate for his breed character. We like to just clean him up in terms of his fleece, make him a bit more uniform in terms of his overall crimp length, but certainly a good sound structured buck. Let's give him a hand.
Got three nice individuals here in the January class. Three different types as we go through them, and I think there's things that I appreciate about each of them. And talking about a January class, I really like the growth and the future that I see in this first place buck lamb. He's got a tremendous amount of extension up through his front end, a lot of length down his top. When you get your hands on him, he certainly opens up with some width up over his top, and he's squaring that hip, but really elevated, very extended, and certainly a lot of future growth there. A very immature type buck there in first place. Buck that's in second place, he is stout and pounds heavy. I appreciate those things. I like the fact that he's got quite a bit of dimension up over his top. I just like to extend him from his 13th rib back a notch, maybe give him a little bit more extension through that front. He's a little bit more mature for me today in this class and this age, but I think a buck that's really correct, really good design, I think very complete in terms of what he brings into the ring. The buck that's in third place, another very nice buck. I think he's got a nice front end on him. He certainly lays in very neat from that shoulder into that rib cage. I like his straightness down his top. A little bit shorter from that 13th rib back today. I'd like to extend him there just a notch, give him a little bit more length of hip, and then give him a little bit more extension up through that front end to make him comparable to the top buck. But nice class here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placing on the White Lincoln Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to A. Anderson, 2503, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Second place to DeFries, 1-25, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third place to Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Cheviots, first goes to Moore, 327. Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to AC1, Arabelle Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And third to Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
We're going to do your late spring Lincoln class here. With this buck that wins this class, does so relatively easy in my mind. I think he's made very, very good. Get your hands on this buck, and he's extremely wide-loined, good hip type of a sheep, and certainly opens up with a fleece that doesn't disappoint. Really a clean fleece with a lot of luster. Really a wide, flat ear on this buck. I love that breed character in that sheep as well. The buck in second, here's a sheep that probably matches that same mass and width as our class winner. He's got a ton of capacity. A buck that maybe doesn't have quite the overall show ring presence. He's starting to get a little heavier through the front 1/3 of his body. Doesn't balance up quite as nicely as our class winner. The buck in third, this is actually really a sound-footed, good, high-quality type of a sheep. He's just the most immature sheep in the class. I think down the road, this is a buck that could certainly start to contend for that second place. We just need to see more pounds of performance at this day and age.
Got two really nice buck lambs here in the February class, and again, you know, I think we start to evaluate them. They're correct in their makeup. They're good design. Both of them are pretty similar in terms of body type. Really what sorts them apart is I just think that we start to look at how that shoulder lays into that rib cage, the rib development and the depth of that forerib and depth of that rear flank in the first place buck, and then he puts that together in a really nice side profile package. Handles really nice up over his top. I'd like to see him just a notch longer from the 13th rib back, which I think the buck in second has an advantage there, but he's certainly put together in a really nice package. He's tight and he's neat, and I appreciate that. Buck that's in second, he might be a little bit longer bodied as mentioned. I think a buck that's very correct in his makeup. He's a little bit coarser up through that front end today. He doesn't blend quite as neatly from that shoulder blade into that rib cage when you get your hands on him, so I'd like to clean him up just a notch there, but I think he's a buck that's going to be stout. He's going to be big at maturity, and he's certainly going to have a lot of dimension there. So a nice pair of buck lambs in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln Junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Raider 2536, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to CeeLo 0480, Posey CeeLo, State Center, Iowa. And third to Malix Raisler, Manoa, Wisconsin. Placing on the the February class of Ram Lambs for the Cheviots, first to Diamond C 0745, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to TRC 2507, Annie Sailing, Caldwell, Ohio.
We're going to get these bucks out here for your champion, White Link, and this is actually quite close in my mind. And I think what it comes down to is finding the buck that kind of fits the style of balanced masculinity of a buck that you can project to go back home and breed and cover ewes and do it well and have offspring that kind of matches that same type. And I think the buck that has that presence of a wide muzzle with a lot of thickness and mass and still has a good fleece on him is this fall buck. He's going to be your champion. We'll follow with a late spring for your reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
For our White Lincoln show, our senior champion ram was our overall champion ram, Omega 2440, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. The reserve champion ram was our first place in the junior ram lamb class, Raider 2536, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
Got one entry here in the March Cheviot Ram Lamb class, and I think a buck lamb that, he's pretty correct in his design. He's got some length down his top. Those are all really positive things. I think a buck that as he matures, he's going to come into his own. He's pretty green at this stage of the game, pretty immature in his makeup. He's late March, and so I think a buck that just needs a little bit more time at the feed bunk and a little bit more growth and maturity there, but correct in his makeup. I think good in his design. Hard to get a handle on his move because I think he's pretty fresh out of the gate, but that will come with a little bit more time with the exhibitor. So congratulations.
For the March class of Ram Lambs for the Cheviots, first place to Arrow AH61, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Got 2 entries in the 6-year Ram Lamb class here for the Cheviot division. Buck that we're going to start off with, very correct in his makeup, very long from that 13th rib back. He's got a nice rib shape. I love the depth of forerib and depth of rear flank. And I think a buck, when you get your hands on him, he's more uniform in terms of his muscle pattern down his top, starting at the top of that shoulder into the rack region and squares up in that dock region very nicely. So really high tail set there, very correct in his makeup. Tremendous Cheviot type and character, and so I really appreciate the slick-shear buck. Buck that's in second place, very correct in his makeup in terms of feet and legs. I think he's got a tremendous amount of rib shape there. Those are positive things. I'd like to see him just a little more uniform in terms of that muscle pattern, square him up in that dock just a little bit more. He doesn't handle quite as wide up over his top and into that dock region or into that lower leg. So if we can put a little bit more muscle there, and I think he'll come into some of that as he matures. But a nice pair here. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Placing on the class of slick shorn ram lambs for the Cheviots, first place to Diamond C 0751 Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to Rinker 2785 Lexi Williams, Bells, Tennessee. Next class for the Cheviots is pair ram lambs, and then we'll select the champion and reserve champion.
Got 1 entry here in the Cheviot division here in the white ring of pair ram lambs, and I think a pair that certainly could stand some more competition. These bucks are really good, high quality. They're very correct, very sound, and I appreciate that. So first place.
Placing on the Cheviot pair ram lamb class, first place goes to Caitlin Von Bairn, Stewartson, Illinois. For the Cheviots, we're now selecting our champion and reserve champion ram. Your next class will be yearling ewes.
Well, a heck of a class of yearling ewes to start off the female show here. The one that wins this class, I think in terms of basic build and design, she's the nicest. Certainly the best moving sheep in the class. I think her breed character is adequate. I think she opens up with a fleece that does have a lot of character and a decent amount of uniformity to it. But because of that structure and balance, that's why we tie into her and let her win. A slightly larger outlined ewe comes in second. She's got a ton of length aside to her. Here's a sheep that I just like to widen up at the ground. I'd like to stouten up in terms of her bone work, but she's still made really, really good. Super level down that top, good on her hip and dock. A big, heavy, pounds heavy, production-oriented female comes in third. This is definitely the brood of the sheep. I think she's just going to be a super low-maintenance type of a female when you turn her around on pasture. A sheep, you put her in the show ring, and hey, she's just getting a little thicker fronted and coursing through that shoulder. A ewe that you just like to pick up out of her dock set, make her level around of her hip and hind leg set as well. Another female that comes here in fourth with a ton of character in terms of her fleece, a fleece that might be one of the higher quality ones in terms of uniformity of crimp. A female that I think maybe just gets a little plainer out here. Doesn't have quite the sharpness, doesn't have quite the overall eye appeal as those that go above her. And the ewe that comes here in fifth. Here's a sheep that I think has some structural correctness and in terms of being balanced. I think she's made right. A ewe that I think we just like to change off of her hind leg set. Ewe that we just like to level her out in terms of her overall hip design as well. But a fun class of Lincoln females. Let's give them a hand.
Here in the champion drive in the Cheviot Ram class, certainly a nice group of bucks, and we start to look through them. I think they're correct in their feet and legs. They're put together very well. They move well in terms of their movement around the ring. I appreciate the fact when I get my hands on them, they've got some dimension to them and certainly show me quite a bit of grow to them as well, particularly some of the younger bucks as we start to look down the lineup. And so a nice group out here. There's some different types, different kinds. There's a couple bucks that just kind of stand out in my mind. I think when we start to evaluate correctness and design, we look at type and then also tie in what type of future they're going to have. We'll go out, we'll pick your champion and reserve, but it's a nice group of bucks here. Congratulations, Cheviot exhibitors.
For our Cheviot show, our champion ram goes to first place fall ram lamb, Rinker 2780, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve champion was first in the January ram lamb class, Moore 327, also Caitlin Von Barron's. Placing on the white Lincoln yearling U class, first place goes to Hinkle, LOL 408, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Second place to Buckshot 2404, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place, Emily Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4, Malix Wrestler, Manwana, Wisconsin. And 5 to Malix Racler. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Malix Racler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Second, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
just 2 fall ewes in this class. But we got a Lincoln ewe on here that probably just excels the class in terms of her breed character. Really dark at the points. I like her ear set. She opens up with a really white, clean fleece, extremely uniform. This is just a really well-balanced type of a sheep. The ewe that comes here in second, obviously a little larger outlined one. She's certainly taller and more extended through that front third of her body. Ewe that probably just shallows up in terms of her overall rib shape. A ewe that I'd like to darken up in terms of her overall pigment at her nose and her points to make her better in terms of her Lincoln breed character. Certainly a nice pair of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the White Lincoln Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to Echo 2505 Kesey, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Hinkle LOL 421A, Emerson Harms, El Paso, Illinois. For the White Lincolns, we're on intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs. I think we have one more entry that needs to come in.
we get into our winter ewe lambs for the Lincoln side. I think we've got a really unique breeding piece to start this class. I think this one, their front 1/3 is very, very high quality. I think she's one of the most extended necked sheep that we've seen all day as far as length, and she comes extremely high onto the point of her shoulder. She's really long bodied, handles with as much length from that 13th rib back as anything in the class. A ewe lamb that's just really, really neat and unique. Certainly when she goes, she could probably be a little bit leveler and she could loosen up in terms of her spine. I think maybe most of that's just because she's fighting the halter a little bit. But a lot of great pieces that I like about that female. The really complete ewes in second. There's not a hole in this sheep. Just a fundamentally good Lincoln. I'd maybe like to just give her a little bit more eye appeal, maybe make her a bit more sharper through that front 1/3, tie her higher onto the point of her shoulder, just to make her just to give her a bit more shouldering presence. The ewe in third is kind of a trouble ewe lamb for me. I like the basic build of this one. She's really good from the ground up, matches that width, and has just a ton of balance. For me, she's obviously the shortest bodied sheep in the class, and I just like to extend her out and to give her more length aside. A big, long-sided ewes in fourth. Really a long staple on this one. Probably going to shear off as maturity with the most total pounds. A ewe that we just like to give more depth of body, loosen her up in her flank. And ewe lamb in fifth, actually kind of the same story here. A ewe that has a very high quality fleece, a ton of luster and brightness to this fleece when you open her up. But a ewe that you'd like to soften up in terms of her flank, give her more width from the ground up and make her more stouter. But a nice class of winter Lincoln ewe lambs.
Placing on the white intermediate ewe lamb class for the white Lincolns, first place goes to Raisler, WI 7038 0158, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Second place to Heritage Hill B31, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 4, Katie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. And 5, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
Nice set of Cheviot yearling ewes here, and I think a nice lineup when we look at the top five. And again, different judge, different day. We might switch things around, but certainly the ewes that are at the top of the class, when I get my hands on them, they're the stoutest ewes in the class. They've got the most dimension up over their top. They handle with the most expression of muscle up over the top of that loin. They're the squarest in that rump structure. Ewe that's in first place just has a notch more length of body from that 13th rib back. I think a ewe that when you start to evaluate her, she just has a little bit more overall extension from that 13th rib. The second place ewe, I really appreciate her rib shape. I like the depth of forerib and depth of rear flank. Just a little bit shorter body today for me when you start to evaluate her. She's stout, she's dimensional, she's got a lot of rib shape there, and I think certainly uniform in terms that underline as far as depth of forerib and depth of rear flank there, and so I appreciate that. The ewe that's in third place, a really attractive ewe on the side profile, really got some extension up through that front end, gives up a little bit of rib today, not quite as much dimension up over that top, and I think as we go down in this class we see a similar type of pattern in that fourth place ewe, but she's really correct in her makeup, she's good in her design, I like that. I'd just like to see a little bit more stoutness to her. She might be a tad bit more immature, and she'll come into that as she continues to go through the summer. The ewe that's in fourth place, another good ewe in terms of length of body and extension. We appreciate that. We get our hands on her. She just doesn't open up quite as big up over her top. She doesn't have quite as much dimension or body shape. I like her elevation up through the front end. I like her extension up through that front end, but I like to see her just a notch stouter to get her up on top of that class. Ewe that's in fifth place, another good ewe. I like her correctness. I like her design. She's got some rib shape, just a little bit more plain today through that front end. Not quite as attractive on that side profile, so I've got her there in fifth. But a nice group of ewes. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the Cheviots, first place goes to Moore, 296, Foxy, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Diamond C, 0674, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place, Cheyenne Clyde. Fourth place, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois.
We've got a high-quality pair of ewe lambs to start this class. I think it's awfully close between first and second. What it comes down to me is really when you get on top of this ewe lamb that wins, from her 13th rib back is really where she wins. She's bigger top, she's wider hip, wider pin. She comes out so good on of her dock, and I think that's quite unique in her build. But along with that, she wins because she's so well balanced. She's highly presented sheep, and that certainly helps her get to the top of the class. But that balance, that structural correctness, that big top and width, certainly adequate enough and good enough in terms of her breed character. Fun place to start. The ewe in second, I actually like this one. in her front third better than the class winner. I think she comes down a tick higher on her neck shoulder junction. I think she holds her head higher when you put her on the move and probably holds her top line in better when the move. Just like to widen her out, stouten her up, maybe not quite as much in terms of her overall body shape as that ewe in first. Ewe in third, here's a big frame, pounds heavy sheep, certainly more mature today. A ewe that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. We lighten her up in terms of her overall breed character as well. Another boxy Lincoln comes here in fourth, and I like that about her. Really a long staple length on this one with a nice forelock. A ewe that's probably just a bit frailer in terms of her overall makeup, a little bit shorter in terms of her body design. Really a fancy, eye-appealing ewe that comes here in fifth. I think this one's made as good as anything. A ewe that I just like to change in terms of her breed character here today, but I love that eye appeal and balance that she has. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice spring class.
Got 3 here in the slick shear yearling division in the Cheviots for the ewes. I think 3 nice ewes. Certainly there's things that you like about each of them. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, she just has a commanding presence in this class. Very correct in her makeup, good design. A ewe that's got a tremendous amount of broodiness to her and a lot of rib shape. You appreciate that. I think she's really just kind of got her working clothes on. I appreciate the way she handles down her top. Tremendous amount of thickness and very square and level in her overall makeup. The ewes in second, a tremendous amount of length. I appreciate that from that 13th rib back. She's got quite a bit of extension to her. She's very correct in her makeup. I think she just gives up a little bit of rib today compared to the ewe that's in first place. Maybe not quite as expanded up over her top in terms of that muscle pattern, but I think a ewe that you really appreciate in terms of overall length of body. We've got a pretty immature ewe here in third place. I think she's pretty correct in her makeup. I like her top line. In fact, I probably favor her top line maybe just a notch better than the other two from the standpoint of that side profile. I just like to see her a little bit more pounds heavy and a little bit more weight, muscularity up over her top. I think she's correct in her makeup and design. She's just a little bit more mature compared to the 2 ewes that are just ahead of her. So nice class here. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs for the White Lincoln Show, first place to Alpha Omega 2542, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Second place, Raisler, WI 7038-0179, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Third, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4, Jalen DeFries. And 5 to Mahalia Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Placing on the slick shorn yearling U class for the Cheviots, first to Diamond C 0666, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to Lindau 80006, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Third place to Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the White Lincoln Pair ewe lamb class, first to Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Second place, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third to Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa. Placing on the pair yearling ewes for the Cheviots, first place goes to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. For the White Lincoln Show, we're now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe. Following that class, we will show young flock and then best for head, followed by best fleece. On the Cheviot side of the ring, we're judging fall ewe lambs. Your next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
This is an exceptionally high quality lineup for your champion Lincoln ewe. We get this yearling ewe out here and we started comparing her to these ewe lambs. I think this is a female that kind of fits the shape and mold that we've been looking for all day in terms of being a sound structured, well balanced one. I like the uniformity of depth of body that this one has. I like how dark she is at her points. I like her ears set. If I'm going to change this one, we'd certainly like to just clean her up in terms of the uniformity of her fleece from front to rear, in terms of making that one a better quality fleece individual. But a lot of great things I love about that yearling ewe. The highest quality fleece in my mind is this fall ewe. Extremely soft with a lot of luster, really bright. Love the breed character on this Lincoln. Super good-footed female. Maybe doesn't have quite the overall show ring presence as a couple of these other ones, but there's a lot to love in that fall ewe. The most unique one in my mind is this one that comes out of that winter class. Really tall fronted, long neck, big top, good hip type of a sheep. I think she's good enough on her feet and legs. In terms of uniformity of crimp, this one's really, really good. She could be flatter about her ear and a little bit darker about her pigment on her nose, but that's also being really critical. And we get down to this spring ewe, and we talked about her in class as being really unique in terms of one that's balanced as good as anything. She's big top. From her hip back, I just love this female. Really high dock set with a wide, unique pin set on a Lincoln. And her, too, her crimp is really good and very, very uniform type of a fleece from front to rear as well. With that said, I'm going to shake the hand of your champion in reserve, but let's hear one big round of applause for your Lincoln ewes here today.
For our White Lincoln Show, our champion ewe goes the first place junior ewe lamb, Alpha Omega 2542, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. The reserve champion was first in the intermediate ewe lamb class, Raisler, WI 7038, 0158, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Again, now ready for young flock. Again, we need White Lincoln young flock to the ring, please. White Lincoln young flock. Placing on the White Lincoln Young Flock class, first place goes to Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Second place to Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third to Posey CeeLo, State Center, Iowa.
Got a nice fall ewe lamb class here in the Cheviot show, and I think some different types in this lineup here. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, I just think is a really nicely balanced ewe. She's real correct in her makeup, very good in terms of her Cheviot type. I like the way she's put together. She moves around the ring fairly well in terms of her structure and her feet and legs, and just has a tremendous amount of balance there. When we start to look at depth of rib, depth of body there, and I think certainly a ewe that when you go to handle her, she handles with enough dimension up over her top, and she squares up in that hip. I think she's got enough elegance up to her front end. I think she certainly shows me some future grow. A ewe that's a little bit more immature is here in second place. I appreciate that. I like her extension up to her front end. She handles with some dimension down her top. I think a ewe that just maybe gives up a little bit of that dimension to our first place ewe today, but she's real feminine in her makeup, really nice in terms of her overall pattern, and I think a ewe that kind of fits nicely into that second place position. Our third place ewe, I think a ewe that just gives up a little bit in terms of that overall length of body compared to our top two ewes. She's real correct in her makeup. She's good in her design. I like her overall pattern and design, and I think a ewe that shows me some future grow, but I'd certainly like to see her a little bit longer bodied, maybe give her a little bit more dimension up over her top compared to the two top ewes in this class. The ewe that's in fourth place, kind of a ewe for me that you need to try and figure out where you're going to put her. She is big, and she's going to continue to be big. I appreciate that. I'd like to see her maybe just a notch tighter in terms of that ear set today, but I think a ewe that you appreciate in terms of the elevation. She's going to continue to grow. I'd like to see her just a notch longer body relative to her elevation, and so that's why I put her there in that fourth place position. I'd like to see her maybe again just a little bit tighter in that ear set. The ewe that's in fifth place, another very complete, correct ewe, just a little bit more plain for me today, not quite as attractive as the ewes that are just ahead of her, maybe not quite as extended in that overall length of body or up through that front end and that head and neck. So I'd like to see her maybe just give me a little bit more growth there. But a nice group of ewes. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placing on the best four-head of ewe class for the White Lincolns, first place goes to Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Second place to Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the class of fall ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first place to Diamond C 0744, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to Spildy 62651, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third to J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. 4, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. In the white ring, we're now showing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. And on the blue ring, we're finishing up our White Lincoln show, just ready for the results on the best fleece. And then we'll go right into our natural colored Lincoln show. So have senior ram lambs, natural colored Lincoln senior ram lambs ready. Our best fleeced animal went to Echo 2505, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. That was a senior ewe lamb, Kezi.
Really a nice set here in the yearlings and the falls for senior champion. I'm not going to deny the dimension and the power that we have in those yearling ewes. They'll be your champion in reserve today. Just really appreciate the way they're set up. I like their design, their overall makeup. So they'll be your champion in reserve, senior champion.
For our Cheviot show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted yearling ewe, Moore 296, Foxy, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Diamond C 0674, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. We do have class splits posted for fitted Hampshires, Southdowns, and slick Suffolks back on the back wall behind the bleachers right in that bathroom area. So right behind that yellow big board in that hallway, those are posted. Again, that's splits for fitted Hamps, Southdowns, and slick Suffolks.
Oh, as you start off your natural color Lincoln show, I think we got a buck out here that just reads with a ton of masculinity. He's a wide-muzzled, good-headed Lincoln with a big top in him. I think this is the pounds-heavy, stoutest featured buck in the class, and that's why I think he needs to go ahead and win. The buck in second, this is probably a tighter, more uniform fleece on a sheep, a buck that's really upstanding on his feet and legs. A buck that, in my mind, I just like to deepen him up in terms of his rib shape, loosen him up in his flank, make him more uniform in terms of his overall body capacity. The buck that comes in third, certainly a good, complete type of a sheep. I like the depth of the side of this one. I think he's good in terms of his uniformity of crimp and his fleece. A buck that's maybe just getting a little bit steeper in terms of his rear pastern. Maybe has a bit more rear set to his rear hock as well. But three high-quality Lincoln bucks to start off your natural show.
Placing on the class of natural colored senior ram lambs for the Lincoln Show. First to Lean 2447 Kelleen, Arlington, Iowa. Second place to Reed 2501 Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And third place to Madison Harms, El Paso, Illinois.
Another nice class of Cheviots here in the January ewe lamb class. Ewe that we're going to start off with just really gives us a lot of good in terms of her overall design and her makeup. I think a ewe that sets down really square on all four corners. I appreciate that. I think she opens up in the through her chest floor. Certainly has got a lot of depth of forerib and depth of rear flank, so real balanced underline there. Very productive in that appearance. I like her length of body. I like her extension up to her front end. I think she's put together extremely well in terms of that overall balance, and I think just makes a nice package. Ewe that's in second, I think just a little bit smaller type of ewe that doesn't have quite the length of body from that 13th rib back. Really, really good in terms of her overall Cheviot type and her character. I just like to extend her out from that 13th rib back, but a real attractive package. The ewe that's in third place, she's got a lot of elevation again, but again, I'd like to see her just a notch longer bodied relative to her frame size. I think a ewe that really is going to have a tremendous amount of grow on her, but I think a ewe that I'd just like to extend out just a bit from that 13th rib back relative to that elevation. We've got a ewe that's pretty complete here in fourth place. I think she's productive. She's got some rib shape to her. She's pretty stout in her overall makeup. Just a little bit more plain today. Not quite as attractive as the three females that are just ahead of her. And the ewe that's in fifth place, again, I think just a little bit later maturing today. Not quite as far along along in terms of that growth curve. She's correct in her makeup. She's got some rib shape to her. I just want to see maybe a little bit more pounds, a little bit more frame there to get her up higher in the class. Nice group here. Let's give them a round of applause.
I think we have a few more structural correctness differences amongst this class, and certainly some differences in fleece quality as well. But the buck that wins this class quite easily in my mind. This is the stout-featured, heavy constructed buck that just walks out and grabs your attention. You get him on the profile, he still balances up good enough. Really a good top, big hip type of a sheep. Looks like a Lincoln buck with his character and wide muzzle. Nice place to start. The high-quality fleece buck is the buck in second. Really a soft, uniform crimped fleece with a ton of luster. I like that about him. We just need to stouten him up in terms of his bone work. Just have more of him to compete with that top ram. The buck that comes in third, this is probably the most complete, one of the most complete sheep in the class. Really good down his top, good on his feet and legs. He's probably not the brightest and cleanest in terms of his fleece, and maybe that's why he starts sliding down to that third hole. In addition to that, we just like to stretch him out in terms of his overall body length and give him a bit more eye appeal in the ring. The longest body, biggest frame sheep comes in fourth. I like the extension on this one. Really a soft fleece to him. For me, we just got to fix him off of those rear two, pick him off of those rear pasterns, and change his set to his hawk. Kind of the same story with this buck in fifth. A buck that I see more belly wool starting to creep up on the side. We'd like to change that about him. A buck that I think he's getting a little steeper off of his rear pasterns as well. But in terms of performance and production, there's a lot of value in that buck as well. 5 nice natural colored Lincoln Rams.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Cheviots. First place to Rinker 2706, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to Diamond C 0756, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5 to Jessica Lindo of Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of natural colored Lincoln intermediate ram lambs, first to Reed 2505, Colleen, Arlington, Iowa. Second place to Reed 2516, Elizabeth Lafambroise, Stark City, Missouri. Third, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa. 4, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to Colleen, Arlington, Iowa.
Really nice class of ewe lambs here. The top two ewe lambs just kind of caught my eye when they came into the ring, and as I went through the class and started handling them, they just kind of stayed in the top there. And I think two ewes that again, very correct, very eye-appealing, very good design. The ewe that we're starting off with, I just really appreciate the overall balance, the way she's put together. She's just a really nice package. Very correct in her makeup, a lot of rib shape there, and I think a ewe that when you handle her, she's got plenty of muscle up over her top, and she puts it up together in a very, very attractive package on that side profile. A lot of Cheviot character, very extended up through that front end, and a nice, neat presentation there. The ewe that's in second, very extended up through that front end, and I think a ewe that's going to show me quite a bit of future growth. I just want to extend her out from that 13th rib back a notch compared to our first place ewe. I think she's put together extremely well. I just like to see her a little bit longer bodied. I think maybe just a notch more immature than our first place ewe, but again, just not quite as long or quite as extended from that 13th rib back. The ewe that's in third place, another ewe that you appreciate in terms of her overall side profile. You like the way she's put together. She's straight down her top. She's got a lot of extension up through her front end. But again, if we could just extend her from that 13th rib back, give her a little bit more volume up over her top and muscle as she moves out, tracks wider from behind, that would make an improvement. But I think a real attractive ewe on that side profile, just need her a little bit longer bodied. We've got a ewe that's pretty complete, pretty correct here in fourth place, just a little bit more plain today in that profile compared to our ewes that are just ahead of her. Not quite as much maturity at this stage of the game, but I think a ewe that's pretty correct in her makeup, and I think certainly one that will show some broodiness as she continues to grow. The ewe that's in fifth place, a ewe lamb that you appreciate in terms of length of body. She certainly has that. She gives up quite a bit of width today, maybe not quite in that show condition as the ewes that are just ahead of her, a little bit more immature in her makeup, but pretty correct in her overall design and makeup. A nice ewe to round out the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Cheviot Show, first place goes to Diamond C 0758, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to Rinker 2787, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. Fourth place, Avery Hopper, Ellendale, Minnesota. And 5 to Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin.
We move on to your late class of Lincoln Naturals here. We got a really long-sided, big-framed good outline sheep that I think down the road just projects with a ton of future growth. But along with that growth, there's just a ton of balance and soundness. Handles with a lot of levelness down his top. Probably one of the best hipped and dock sheep in the class, and certainly good enough in terms of his fleece as well. The buck that comes in second, here's just a boxier built type of a sheep. Certainly doesn't have quite the overall length and extension, but in terms of one that's really good fitted and moves out well, that's where this sheep is. Probably just need to see a bit more of him to compete with that top sheep. The buck in third, here's a buck that's really good in terms of his lines. I like how his shoulder design lies in with his skeleton. He's really leveled down his top. A buck that when you put in motion, he probably just gets a little more uncoordinated off those rear two. If we could pick him off those rear pasterns, make him take a longer, smoother stride. The buck in fourth, this is a really sound structured one. You put him in motion and he's as straight as a string, and he's really good in terms of his footwork. A buck that I think just needs to have a bit more eye appeal in terms of his show ring presence and overall look and design. The young green buck comes in fifth, and I kept him in here just because his build is really good. Obviously, he's more immature, and he's given up a ton of pounds of production, and it's a bit harder to read to compare with those that go above him, but I like the quality of this sheep. Really good, sound-structured one. Let's give him a hand for bringing in a nice class.
Got two entries here in the March ewe lamb class in the Cheviot division, and two ewes that both are pretty immature in their overall makeup, so they show quite a bit of growth. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, I think, is the one that she's correct. She's good design. She's nice pattern, very feminine, very elegant up to that front end. You think a ewe that has a tremendous amount of straightness down her top, and she handles with some dimension, yet still shows me a lot of growth and a lot of future there, and I think a really nice ewe. The ewe that's in second, again, very immature in her makeup. She's correct in her design, I think, in terms of the way she sets up on all four corners. She does have some rib shape there. She's not going to be as big a ewe at maturity, but I think she'll be correct and complete. So nice pair of ewes. Let's give them a big round of applause.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our Junior Ram Lamb class, first place went to Mum 2591, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Hinkle IL RBJ 0428, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Third to Shalene, Arlington, Iowa. 4, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 5, Tate Harms, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the class of March ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first to Rinker 2796, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Arrow HAH 60, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Got two slick shorn ewe lambs here, and again, a nice class. I think the ewe that we're starting off with, again, just kind of dominates the pair. She's correct in her makeup. She's long-bodied, long in her underline, long in her top line. I appreciate that. You get your hands on her. She handles really uniform in terms of her muscle pattern down her top. into her rack and loin and carries that off into that lower leg. So I think a really nice ewe to start the class off, and shows me quite a bit of extension and growth up through that front end. The ewe that's in second place, again, just a little bit more immature, maybe not quite as much time on feed. A ewe that's correct in her makeup. She's long-bodied. I'd like to see just a little bit more mass, maybe a notch more rib shape to get her up in that top position, but a feminine ewe, and certainly one that I think is pretty correct in her overall makeup as far as feet and legs. So nice pair. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of slick shorn ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first place to Diamond C 0770, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second place to Rinker 2775, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the class of pair ram lambs for the natural colored Lincoln show, first to Shellene, Arlington, Iowa. Second place, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa. And four, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey.
Well, I think these exhibitors have certainly brought us a strong set of bucks for us to analyze, and when you get them out for champion drive, that's obviously apparent. That fall buck on here, this guy just has a really good Lincoln presence in terms of like having a wide muzzle, great ear set, strong nostrils, good tight curl to his crimp in terms of his fleece. You get your hands on him, he's a really big loined, wide hip sheep. Just matches that same amount of mass up top as he does at the ground. Sound structured. Just a lot of good things about that buck. Really intriguing ram that comes out of that early winter class. And this buck, I think, handles with as much levelness as anything that we've touched all day. Really good down that top. Really square on those feet and legs. A ton of presence. Probably comes down of his front 1/3. Better than that fall buck, being a little bit higher on his neck shoulder junction, having a tick more eye appeal as well. Then we get down to this late spring buck, and this guy is really, really classy. We talked about his length of body. He handles with a ton of length from that 13th rib back, long loin, just really eye appealing and attractive as well. So with that said, we've got some differences in terms of their types, but I really liked what we saw in that fall buck. He's got a ton of stud buck potential. The fall buck is going to be your champion, and the January is going to be your reserve. Congratulations to you all.
For the natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ram was first in the senior ram lamb class, Lean 2447, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. The reserve champion was first in the intermediate ram lamb class, Reed 2505, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on a pair of ewe lambs for the Cheviots, first place to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Third, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. 4, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
Nice Cheviot U show here in the Junior Champion Drive. We've got a nice group, particularly if we start to look at some of these older lambs. I think the 4 up in those 2 first classes really put together a lot of quality there. I appreciate that. We'll go out and pick your champion in reserve, but really I think a nice set of ewes, and certainly ewes that are going to be competitive a lot of places that they go. So let's give them all a big round of applause.
Exhibitors who had entries in the lead line or dresses sheep last evening, your scorecards are now available at the swine barn office. You do need to know your exhibitor number, though, to pick them up. Our junior champion ewe for the Cheviot show goes to the first place January ewe lamb, Rinker 2706, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion to our first place February ewe lamb, Diamond C 0258, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. now showing for overall champion and reserve champion ewe for the Cheviots. Following that, we'll have young flock and then best forehead of ewes.
It's been a pleasure sorting the Cheviots today. We've got 4 really nice ewes out here with the senior champions, junior champions. I think 4 very complete, very correct females that have got a lot of presence in the ring, and you start to evaluate them. They've got the rib shape, they've got the production characteristics that we look for. They've got some muscle to them. They're correct in their makeup. They move around the ring very well, and so I think 4 females that deserve to be out here today in this spotlight. We'll pick your champion in reserve. I think a really good set of females out here. We'll go out and congratulate those individuals.
Overall champion ewe for the Cheviot show goes to our senior champion ewe, first in the fitted yearling ewe class, Moore, 296, Foxy, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, second place in that fitted yearling ewe class, Diamond C, 0674, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Natural colored exhibitors, please be aware that in the natural colored show, we are getting close to being ready to go to that show in the white ring. We've got the young flock and best forehead of ewes classes yet on the Cheviots. Then we'll go into natural colored. Your first class is fall ram lambs.
An absolute pleasure to sort these yearling ewes. I think we've got 5 out here that are very, very high quality natural Lincolns, and probably 2 that are really close in my mind. The ewe that wins this, there's so much of this ewe. She's a big barreled broody type of a female. She's still got a show ring presence to her. Really good in terms of her fleece. Extremely uniform crimp and curl. Love those things about her. The ewe in second, I prefer the ewe in second in motion slightly better. I think she carries her top line a little leveler and nicer, and she probably takes a smoother, longer stride when on the go. There's probably just not as much overall turn and curve to her rib. She doesn't open up with as much capacity. Doesn't have quite the uniformity to her crimp as well, but she's so good through that front 1/3 of her body, really elegantly made. Just a fantastic place to go there in second. The ewe in third, her front third is just as good as well. She comes out of her neck shoulder junction really high. A ewe that's built really good in terms of her structural correctness. One that you just like to make a little bit higher quality in terms of her overall crimp, give her a bit more luster to that fleece as well. The ewe in fourth, this is the pounds heavy female in the class, really deep bodied, big barrel type of a sheep. Certainly a low maintenance one. That maybe works to her disadvantage too. She's carrying a bit more condition. She could be a bit fresher in terms of her overall look. I'd really like to pick her up in her dock and change her out of her hip structure as well, alongside the yearling that comes in fifth. And in this one, when she hits the side profile, she strikes a pose and she's hard to beat. You put her in motion and she probably gets a little higher spine, starts to get a little bit tighter in terms of her flank. You just like to level her out when you put her in motion. But a fantastic class. Let's give them a big hand for an awesome class of yearling ewes.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln yearling ewe class, first to Mum 2422, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Mum 2421, Luke Mum. Third place, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 4, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. And 5, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Placing on the class of pair yearling ewes for the natural colored Lincolns, first place to Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to Shellene, Arlington, Iowa. Third to Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the Cheviot Young Flock class, first, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. Second, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And four, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
We get into your fall ewe lamb class for your natural Lincolns. We got a class winner that handles this class quite easily in my mind. One that's really tall-shouldered, long-sided individual, good on those feet and legs, extremely bright, open fleece. Just really has a ton of Lincoln breed character about her as well. The really black ewe that comes in second opens up with an extremely dense, heavy fleece. A ewe that I think is bolder in terms of her rib shape than our class winner, but also probably gets a little shorter. And really where I'd like to change her is just stouten her up in terms of her overall bone work and make her a little bit higher set on her dock and hip. Ewe that comes here in third, here's one that I really like in terms of her uniformity of fleece. A ewe that I think there just needs to be more mass and muscle. I like to see a little bit more stoutness in terms of her overall width and bone work as well. A really nice complete sheep comes here in fourth, and I think this one is as true in terms of her correctness as anything in the class. I think this is just the lowest performing ewe in the class. Consequently, the pounds lightest, smallest frame ewe in the class, and so she finds her way down in that fourth hole, but one that you certainly have to appreciate for her soundness of structure as well. So a nice class of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the natural colored Lincolns, first to Raider 2530, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, to Lean 2464, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Third, to Shell Lean. And four, to Michaela Harms, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the Cheviot best four head of ewes, first to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. That does conclude the Cheviot show. We are ready to move into natural colored. We need natural colored fall ram lambs.
All right, we've got 2 entries here in the Cheviot Market Lamb class, and really we've got one ewe that we're going to start off this class with. She's correct in her makeup. I think she's certainly at that end point where she could be harvested today. She's got plenty of muscle on her, some dimension up over her top, and certainly handles with enough muscle into her loin and into her dock region, carries that muscle down into her lower leg. So really a nice balanced lamb to start the class off with. The weather lamb that's in second, he just needs a little bit more time on feed, so I'd probably put him more into that feeder class. I think he's correct in his makeup. He's good design. He just hasn't been around that feed bunk long enough to get up into that first place position, but a nice ewe to start off this class with. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Placing on the Cheviot class, market lambs first to Annie Sailing of Caldwell, Ohio. Lamb is TRC 2419, weighing 140. Second to Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Lamb AH 062, weighing 67 pounds. That does conclude our Cheviot show. Now we can go into the natural colored fall ram lambs.
We get into your winter ewe lamb class. We've got a natural that wins this class. It's just super powerful. There's no doubt she's the big upstanding sheep in the class, but with that comes a ton of elegance and balance. When you study this one in terms of her chest floor and her forerib and her underlying shape, I really like this one. I think she balances up as good as any that we've seen all day in terms of how uniform that depth of body is. And you get your hands on her, open up that fleece, a ton of character and luster in that fleece. Just a super good ewe to start the class with. The ewe in second, this one's neat, right? Just balanced up, sound structure. The young ladies do a fantastic job. When they put her in motion, they walk her nice and slow, and she's straight as a string down her top and stands really square on those feet and legs. In terms of structure and build, this one's hard to get around. There's just not as much of her as that ewe in first, and so consequently just kind of gets out horse today with a really big good one in front of her. In third, this one's built a lot like that ewe in second. Sound structured, really a boxy build on a Lincoln with good character. Here too, I just read her as maybe come up a little bit a lighter muscle, doesn't have that overall power as those two ewes that go above her. The ewe in four, this is probably the fleece with the most luster in the class. A ton of uniformity in terms of her crimp and curl. I like those things about her. Probably has just not as much shape, not as much turn to that rib cage, and she's certainly a bit more immature in terms of her overall look and width as well. I like that fleece, and that's why she finds her way up here to the top fourth. Ewe in five, here's a ewe that's really well balanced, I think in terms of her proportions and her angles. However, you put this one in motion and you read her as just being a little bit flatter and frailer in terms of her overall bone work and structural build. Really a fun class of natural Januaries. Let's give them a hand.
placing on that intermediate ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincolns. First goes to Heritage Hill, B29, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to Mum 2511, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third to Charlene, Arlington, Iowa. Four, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. And 5, Kaylee Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois.
Well, the natural color LinkedIn that wins this class, I think when you put her in motion in comparison to the ewe in second, her hip and hind structure is just a little bit better. I like the set better to that ewe in first, and just takes a longer, more fluent stride. In addition to that, though, at every angle you read her, I think she opens up with a ton of width and power, and she still has a good enough profile when you view her from the side. That ewe in second, this is the taller front end of the pair. I think when it's all said and done, this one's going to be a large outlined one. Maybe just like to free her up off of those rear two and give her a tick more set to that rear hawk to take a longer stride. A really sound structured one comes in third, and this is probably the complete sheep in the class that just consequently finds herself in the middle of this top 5 lineup. But there's just a lot of good in this sheep. Really level designed. Probably just needs to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and have more of her to compete with those two that go first and second. Really neat one in fourth. Okay, she's really cool and designed well. You put her in motion. You like how she gets out and covers ground. She needs to be stretched out for me. Probably ends up being the shortest bodied one in this top 5 lineup, but really neat, really well balanced. Level design, long-bodied one comes in fifth, and I like those things about her. Really good hip structure on this one. For me, though, she's probably just getting a bit more bare-legged, and I'd like to see a bit more bone work on this one, but a beautiful head and Lincoln breed character on this one as well. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice class.
Placing on the Junior Ewe Lamb class for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show, first place goes to Mum 2550, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Mum 2576, also Luke Mum. Third, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 4, Michaela Harms, El Paso, Illinois. And 5, Posey Silo, State Center, Iowa.
Nice set of fall natural coloreds here for this first class in the division. I think 2 bucks that there's a lot of good in both the bucks that I really that I think they share in common. And there's things that are maybe just a tad different about them. The buck that we're going to start off with, I think both of them are very uniform in terms of their fleece type from front to breech. I think the buck that we're starting off with just has a little bit more of that that look on that side profile, some elevation, and he's straight and level down his top. He handles really really good in terms of his body type and his structure. He's got some depth of forerib, depth of rear flank, very uniform in terms of that fleece, very dense in terms of that fleece from front to breech. The buck that's in second might have a notch more fleece length to him, but I think a buck that's pretty stout. He's big-footed, he's rugged, he's got some rib shape to him. He's maybe not quite as long-bodied when I get my hands on him compared to the first place buck in my mind, but I think a buck that is real proportional relative to his frame. Very uniform in terms of his fleece, super, super fine, and I think soft and lustrous when you handle him from front to breech. So a real nice buck. The buck that's in third place, very elevated up through that front end, a lot of extension through that front end, a little more refined in his features, but I think that shows me that he's got a little bit more grow with him today. He's correct in his makeup, he's straight and level down his top. He's uniform in his fleece up to his breech. There he kind of has a tendency to run out a little bit, as does the bucks that remain in the class compared to the first and second buck. The buck that's in third place, really correct in his makeup, a little bit shorter body today, maybe not quite as tight, short and tight in terms of that pastern set compared to the bucks that are just ahead of him, but I think really, really good in terms of that body type. He's straight and level down his top, and again, uniform in terms of that fleece up to that breech region. A buck that's in fifth place, excuse me, really elevated through that front end. I appreciate him from that 13th rib forward. I'd like to extend him out from that 13th rib back, particularly into that hip region, give him a little bit more length relative to that frame. I think a buck that's just a little bit softer and a little bit less uniform in terms of his fleece character from front to breech compared to the bucks that are just ahead of him, but a nice class to start off the natural colored show. Congratulations.
Placing on the pair of natural colored ewe lambs for the Lincoln show. First place goes to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Michaela Harms, El Paso, Illinois. Third, Charlene, Arlington, Iowa. 4, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the fall ram lamb class for the natural colored show. First place goes to Pines Inn Natural Colored 2469, Uptown Flash, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri. Second to E. Anderson 25-10, Panic, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third place, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4, Kaylee Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois, and 5, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan.
Well, what a drive we have out here for your natural color Lincoln ewe. And when we get all these out here, there was no doubt those two yearling ewes were awfully powerful and a very deep, high-quality class of yearling ewes. And the same can be true when they come back out here. That class winner, though, she's so long. She's so bold in her ribs, and she's good-footed, really, really uniform. Neat crimp to that fleece, plenty of good character. That fall ewe, she's tall-fronted. She's upstanding. She's pretty fronted. She probably doesn't blow you apart with her overall shape, and I'd like to maybe see her a little bit better on her hip and just give her a tick more substance as we look at her in comparison to those around her. This January ewe out here, this one's awfully neat as well. I think she's so good on her neck-shoulder junction. We talked about her underline and her chest floor and how uniform her depth of body was. And we get her back out here and we see that's still true. I think she's a unique one that's just really, really fun to look at. Extremely good balance. This February ewe lamb that comes out, a long-sided one, just a a ton of future growth potential on this one. Probably doesn't balance up as quite as nicely from front to rear with her overall depth of body. Maybe doesn't handle her hind legs quite as nicely as some of the others in here as well. So with that being said, let's give them a round of applause, and I'll shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve.
For the natural colored Lincoln Show, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe, Mum 24-22, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The intermediate ewe lamb class winner was our reserve champion ewe, Heritage Hill B29, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Now ready for young flock. That'll be followed by best forehead of ewes and then best fleece. Horned Dorset exhibitors, please take note. We've just finished selecting the champion and reserve champion ewe for the natural colored Lincolns. We still have young flock, best forehead of ewes, and best fleece. And then we'll go into the Horned Dorset show with fitted early and late fall ram lambs. Fitted early and late fall ram lambs, those animals born September 1 through and including November 30. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln, young flock class, first place to Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to Shellene, Arlington, Iowa. Third, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey.
Nice class of January bucks here in the natural color division. The buck that we're going to start off with, just really, I think, quite a bit of presence in the show ring. He's got a lot of pattern and profile on that side view. I think a buck that moves out pretty fluidly when he's in motion. I think a buck that is real correct when he sets down his feet and legs. You get your hands on his fleece, and I think a buck that opens up. He's pretty uniform from front to breech at this stage, and so I appreciate his fineness. I appreciate his handle. Straight lines. I think certainly a buck that shows me some future growth. The buck that's in second, maybe not as elevated or big frame as the buck that's in first. I think he's pretty correct in his overall makeup and design. He's certainly pretty uniform in terms of that fleece from front to breech. Maybe not quite the character, not quite the luster that we see in that first buck, but I think a buck that is pretty correct, pretty uniform in terms of that overall fleece type. Buck that's in third place, I really appreciate the elevation. I like the length down his top. I think a buck that's certainly got quite a bit of future ahead of him. He just has a tendency to run out a little bit in terms of that fleece type. Doesn't have quite the depth of hind flank that I like to see, or what the two bucks that are in first and second do. So I'd like to see him maybe just level up a little bit in terms of that underline, or even that up just a tad. But I think a really big buck, and a buck that's certainly going to have some future growth in frame there. The buck that's in fourth place, a big, massive buck. He's certainly got a lot of weight there per day of age. I think a buck that you appreciate from that hip forward. If you could change him in that hip structure a bit, bring him up in that tail set, maybe have him walk a little bit more fluid, and also improve his fleece quality, we'd be able to work him up in this class. But I think he's a big buck. He's certainly a stout buck, a lot of grow there. We've got the youngest, most immature buck here in fifth place. He's got a nice fleece on him, but he just gives up quite a bit of pounds today to some of the bucks that are just ahead of him. He's really correct in his makeup. He's good in his design. I think he's just a little bit immature for this class today, but a nice group here. Let's give him a round of applause.
For the natural colored Lincoln show, for the best forehead of ewes, placings were: first place, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois; second, Charlene, Arlington, Iowa; third, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Placing on the class of January Ram Lambs for the natural colored show, first to Craig 2501, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois; second place to Lindo 50059, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin; third, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois; 4, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida; and 5, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
Get to February buck lambs here. The buck lamb that we're going to start off with just kind of has quite a bit of presence in this class here. I really appreciate the way he sets down on all four corners. I appreciate the fact that he's got quite a bit of base width at the ground. He's pulled apart through his chest floor. He's got quite a bit of rib shape, and he's uniform in that underline. Certainly drops down low in that hind flank there. A buck that a lot of rib shape, a lot of dimension when you get your hands on him. He's uniform in his fleece at this stage. You know, if I could change him anyway, maybe make him a tad longer bodied relative to his frame, but I think he's pretty proportional and a real attractive package there in first place. The buck lamb that's in second, I think he's pretty uniform in terms of his fleece. He's certainly got a little bit of a finer fleece than our buck that's in first. He just doesn't have quite enough time at that feed bunk, so a little bit more maturity on him, and I think certainly he's got some high quality traits that he'll pass on, but just a little immature today for me. That's why he's in second place, but a nice group here. Let's give him a round of applause.
For the natural colored Lincoln show, our best fleeced animal was the intermediate ram lamb Reed 2516, shown by Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. That does conclude our Lincoln shows, both white and natural colored. We're ready to move into fitted early and late fall ram lambs for the Horned Dorsets. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show, first place to Corzat 2573, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to Hershey Copeland OH 11795S1 Simon Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Colson Lamb. You have an entry in the class that's entered the ring, the fitted early and late fall ram lambs for the Horned Dorsets. Final call to the ring.
Got two nice entries here in the March Bucklam class in the natural color division. The buck that we're going to start off with, I think, just shows me a little bit more maturity today, but still quite a bit of growth. He's got a lot of extension up through his front end. He's really correct in terms of his overall makeup, really straight and level down that top. He handles this width and dimension up over that top line, and I think really uniform in terms of his rib shape. He's got an added advantage in terms of length from that 13th rib back compared to our second place lamb, and you know, real uniform in terms of his fleece type. Our second place lamb might be a notch finer in terms of that fleece. He's uniform, certainly soft to the handle, just a little bit more immature today, a little bit more green in terms of that, but I think a buck that's going to continue to grow. But if I wanted to change him in any way, I'd like to just give him a notch more length from that 13th rib back and into that hip region. But two really nice bucks here in this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the class of March Ram Lambs for the Natural Colored Show, first to Corzat 2599, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to Purple Ribbon Farm 0803, Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois.
Well, what a way to start the Horn Dorset class here. These fall bucks are awfully nice. First or fourth are all very good. The first place buck, though, in my mind, is just next level in terms of his build, his quality, his look, his presence. He handles with so much levelness down his top. I mean, you can see just how well balanced he is. Walks out really good on a square set of feet and legs. If there's anything you can change about this one, you can maybe make him just a tick wider on of his pins, raise him just ever so slightly on of his dock set. That's probably where that buck in second has the advantage. His pin set and dock set is quite unique. I mean, he's a highly presented buck, but that's really where he excels the class is his top line. His underline is just as good in terms of being tucked up in his chest floor and still really deep-bodied and loose in his flank. Just a boxy-built, neat one to find his way into second. But the buck in third, this is probably the close place in his second and third. The third place buck's just a little larger outlined one. He probably lays in a little nicer on his shoulder, his blade, and to the top side of his shoulder as well. But I think he reads just a little frailer and smaller footed when we compare him to that buck in second. Doesn't have that overall width and muscle. The buck in fourth, this is probably the longest bodied buck in the class. You like that about him. You like that muzzle shape and his ear set for a Horn Dorset. Probably just needs to be blown apart in terms of his overall mass and his muscle, and certainly like to stouten him up in terms of his bone work as well. But exceptionally nice class of fall bucks to get the Horn Dorsets going here today.
Placing on the Natural Colored Show for pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And third to Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing for the fitted early and late fall ram lambs for the horn Dorsets. First to Frog Hollow 22, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Smith 2505, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 4, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Got a nice set of natural colored bucks that we sorted through, and I'm really pleased with the individuals that we have that are kind of coming to the top of this drive for champion ram, and I think there's 4 individuals that kind of are vying for that position. We've got a really nice February, a very nice January, very correct in terms of their overall makeup, good designed and uniform fleece type, but really like the power that we see in those fall bucks, and so they'll be your champion in reserve today. Let's give them a big round of applause.
We got a horn Dorset buck over here in the slick shear division that I think when he walks in, he kind of grabs your attention and just lets him know he's got to win. He's so good on the move, and that's really why he wins. Just level designed and fluent on the move. You handle him, and he's really good to the touch. Balances up extremely well. Just a nice place to start. With a buck in second, certainly a little taller shouldered buck. He's good heighted. He's expressively muscled. One that comes with some added length of body as well. Just doesn't have the overall width, and he's not blowing apart in terms of his hip and his overall leg muscle as well. The buck that comes in third, this is the deep-bodied, soggy, rugged-appearing one. Certainly one that can get out and cover some ewes and be a low-maintenance type of a sheep. But with that, he's a little heavier chested, maybe just a little plainer fronted type of a sheep as well. The buck in fourth, much like that buck in second, he's tall-shouldered. He's got some length aside. I think he balances up pretty decent. This buck, when you put on the move, maybe just not quite as coordinated off those rear two. You just like to see a little bit more shape to that overall build as well. Then the buck that comes in fifth rounds the class. Here's one that really level designed. He's got some turn and curve to his rib. I think this is a buck that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. He's probably just a little heavier fronted from his front to his rear. You just like to stouten him up in terms of his overall bone work and structure as well. But a fantastic class of 5-horn Dorset bucks.
Placing on the class of slick shorn, early and late fall ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to Smith, 2502. Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to Pollard Castle, W9150. Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Third, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. 4, Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. And 5, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. Dorset Advantage class splits have been posted now. Dorset Advantage class splits have been posted.
Just 2 fitted horn rams here, but 2 that are awfully good. There's some minor differences. The class winner, I think, when you put this one in motion, he handles his top line just a notch better. I think he takes a longer, more fluent stride. Most importantly, when you handle this buck, he is really, really good. Big top, level design, good hip. Just a super well balanced one to tie in and win. The second place buck, this is probably a taller shouldered buck. He probably lays his blade in a little bit cleaner and smoother at the top side of his skeleton. I like the uniformity of his depth of body. I think when you read this one, though, he probably is just a little bit flatter in terms of his makeup with his rib shape, maybe just a little bit narrower at the ground in comparison to that class winner. Certainly 2 bucks that can go home and do a lot of good for these exhibitors as breeding bucks.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ram lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place to Paul R. Castle W 9206, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Second place to Mountain Man Farm 0103, Reba Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
We just got one for your late spring horn fitted buck, and one that I read as being a large outline one. I think he's tall shouldered. I think he's long sided. One that's really green and fresh in terms of his handle. I think as you project him to be a yearling buck, this one's going to get fairly large size. So we'll see how he compares it when he get back for champion drive, but let's give him a hand for bringing in a nice one.
Placing on the fitted spring ram lamb class for the Horned Dorsets, first to ALAM 520, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
I think as we sort these 5, I think it just comes down to analyzing these as individuals. We get a very large age range in this class from Decembers to Marches, and so that's maybe why there's just quite a bit of size and maturity difference. But I think when it comes down to it, I'm not saying there's one buck that you can just tie into and run away with this class, but I think the buck that does the most things that I've been looking for all day is the buck in first. I mean, he's a good-headed, wide-muzzled sheep, and I like his muscle, and I like his rib. Right, he's really cracked open at the top side of his rib cage. When you get behind this buck, he does have probably the widest, biggest hip, and he pushes a lot of stifle on the move. I'd really like to change his blade, right? Lay him in tighter and cleaner at the top side of his shoulder, make him just a little better balanced sheep, pick him up behind his shoulder, tie that whole skeleton in a little bit cleaner. But he's got enough of enough of the right pieces to go ahead and let him win. The young buck is in second. Obviously, he's the most immature pounds light buck. This one's really neat, and I think his better days are yet to come. I think his rib shape's very, very good. I think he's a sound structured one. For me, he gets a little more open shouldered. He starts to dip and break behind the top side of his shoulder. Really, where we need to change him is starting to deep him up in terms of his twist and have him more leg shape as well. The big buck is in third, and there's not a lot wrong with this sheep. He might be the most consistent or the complete one in the class. But where I'd like to change him is he's a bit bold and through his front 1/3 of his body, and he maybe just gets a little bit more inverse in terms of his balance from front to rear. But he does a lot of things right. He's got muscle, he's got shape, he's got some pounds per day of age in terms of performance as well. The buck in fourth, here's one that's made really good. I think he's sound structured, he's level designed. Here's a buck I just read as being a little bit flatter and a bit more counterfeit in terms of his overall look. He might be the smallest footed one as well. That's why he kind of finds his way down in fourth. A really fresh buck comes in fifth, and this one is also green, and his better days are still to come. He's level designed. A buck that maybe just a little bit looser hided type of a sheep, maybe not quite as balanced. He'd like to shorten up his ear as well, change his breed character. But a fun class to analyze. Thanks for bringing them out.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Winter and Slick Shorn Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to Lazy 59075, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Second place, Sarge 608, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third, Reba Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana. 4, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 5, Haley Holbrook, Leoto, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset Pair Ram Lamb class, first place to Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
what an all-star lineup for your champion horn buck. I think when you get these out here and you start comparing these fitteds against these slicks, this drive becomes very competitive. And so I think there are 3 in the hunt for this, and we'll just talk those. Let's start with this fitted buck here. He's so upstanding. He's tall-shouldered. He's really good-footed. He's really well balanced from front to rear. His uniformity of his depth of body, handles extremely good. If I'm going to tweak this one, maybe he's a little bit tight on his curl on his horn, and maybe you could give him just a bit more substance of bone and pick him up in his dock. But I tell you what, those are very, very critical things, and that's what we're getting down to with this champion drive, to find these little things that are separating these bucks. But I like that one an awful lot. The slick sheared, the one that comes in next. In terms of breed character, I think this one's ideal. I also think when you put this one in motion, he is the soundest buck in the class. He takes such a long, fluid stride. He holds his top line together. This one, I think, has more meat and muscle than anything in the class. He has a ton of bone work as well. He might not have quite that overall eye-catching front end as a couple other ones do, and maybe doesn't have that overall show ring appearance, but in terms of being super sound and solid with a ton of masculinity, this guy's got it going on. I think that third buck from that spring class is awfully good as well, and maybe he didn't quite strike you as that and he came out in class, but we get him out in drive, and this one's breed character is very good. I like his muzzle shape, his horn shape. He's very level. He's extremely sound. I don't know if there's quite enough of him as a spring buck to come out here and grab your attention for a champion, but certainly worth mentioning because he's got so many right things about him. But with that said, I'll shake the hand of your champion and then a reserve. Please give him a round of applause for an awesome champion ram drive.
Champion ram goes to first place, slick shorn, early and late fall ram lamb. Smith, 2502, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve champion was first in the fitted early and late fall ram lamb class, Frog Hollow 22, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
It's really a powerhouse set of yearling ewes in this class, and I think even outside of the top 5, there were some ewes that we sent home that I think are going to be great ewes for the breed, and certainly ewes that are going to be very productive. The 5 that I've got in this lineup, I really appreciate these sheep, particularly when I get them set on the move, and I think you look at them, they've got a nice profile to them. They set up square, you handle them. They've all got some body to them. They've all got some dimension, which is fantastic for wool-type sheep. But the one thing I really appreciate is that these sheep they handle the ground pretty well. Take a nice stride. They're easy moving. I think females that certainly hold their head high, and they've got the right structure and the right type up through that front end when they take that stride. The 2 ewes that we're starting off with, they're big framed ewes, they're long bodied ewes, they're stout ewes. The ewe that we're going to start the class with, she just measures up a notch more in terms of overall length of body. I get my hands on her. She's got a pretty impressive top on her, straight down that top line into a nice square rump on her. I like her rib shape. I like her dimension. She's a little bit shorter in terms of her fleece staple today, but I think pretty uniform in terms of her crimp from front to breech, and so really nice fleece. Equally as well, the ewe that's in second, she's got a nice fleece as well. She's soft to the touch from front to breech. She's got a longer staple, and so maybe a notch more crimp that you can view there, and I think a really high quality ewe. She gives up a little bit of extension today, maybe not quite the length that we see in the first place ewe, but she is just outstanding. I love the way she moves around the ring. She's rugged, she's put together really well, and she puts that together in a real feminine package. A ewe that I think gives up a little bit of immaturity or maturity today is the ewe that's in third. She's a little more immature in her makeup, really correct in her design, really long down that top. I think a ewe that shows me a little bit more grow left in her future, and I think a ewe that you really appreciate in terms of the straightness of lines. Maybe not quite as uniform in terms of her fleece type as compared to the first two ewes, but I think she's just a notch off, and so certainly deserving of that third place position. She's really extended from that 13th rib back, a tremendous amount of length, and put together in a really nice pattern. The ewe that's in fourth place, a little bit bigger framed ewe, she's a robust ewe. She's got a lot of rib shape there, a lot of depth in her forerib and rear flank. I appreciate that. I want to extend her out from that 13th rib back just a notch compared to the first three ewes and give her a little bit more length of body. She's got a long staple length. She's stacked up with a little bit more fleece up on top of her, but I think a ewe that's uniform in terms of that fleece type from front to bridge. The ewe that's in fifth place, another one that you appreciate, her stout features. She's big-footed, big-ribbed. I appreciate that. I think she's a feminine package as well. Maybe not quite as attractive as the four ewes that are just ahead of her. Maybe not quite as uniform in her fleece type, but I think certainly above average in all those qualities, and so that's why I've got her in the top five. But a nice group here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class, first place goes to McDaniel 24-7, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to Southwest Sheep Company 2407, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri. 4, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. And 5, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Placing on the pair yearling ewe class for the natural colored show, first to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third place, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. In our natural colored show, following this fall ewe lamb class, we will select a senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
We've got a heck of a pair at the top side of this class that are extremely close, and I'm not saying that lightly. They are that close, but there are differences, and so I guess I'll tell you how I see them and how I sorted them that way. I guess to me, the ewe that wins, she looks like a horn Dorset. I appreciate her muzzle shape. I appreciate her ear length, her ear set. I think she just really looks a bit more maternal in my mind. When you get right over top of her and you study from her hip back, I like the levelness from her dock all the way out. I think she's probably built with a little bit more width from the ground up as well. The ewe in second, though, this is the taller shouldered one. I think she is a little prettier fronted. I think she blends that blade a little bit better. She tucks in her chest floor a little bit higher. She's probably a little more elegant in her overall look as well, but she doesn't come with that overall width on her hip, that overall mass at the ground, or the overall structure of bone as well. Maybe like to shorten her up in her ear length as well, but I tell you what, that's been extremely critical. This is a very, very high quality pair of Dorset ewes. Ewe in third, this is a good one in her own right, but just gets stuck in an extremely tough class. She's really large, really long, just a big frame type of a sheep, but she's still sound enough, and that's why she finds her way up here, still balanced enough as well. The ewe in fourth, this one to me, if you're to say which one has the best Dorset breed character, it's probably her. Her muzzle shape and ear length are very ideal. I think she's balanced really good. She's soft-sided, she's big-ribbed and long-sided too, but doesn't have that overall added elegance as those that go in front of her. The ewe that comes in fifth, this is kind of another sound-structured one that finds her way to that fifth place because of how well-structured she is when you put her in motion. However, she probably is just a little smaller framed and just gets out-horsed in this class of yearling ewes here today. A nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to Frog Hollow 17, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place, Sink Paget 2002, Caitlin Shackle, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5, Reba Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana.
We roll into your slick sheared horned yearling ewes, and I think we got a class winner that when she walks in, she just grabs your attention and lets you know that she's got to win. She's so good on the profile, handles like a dream. She's quite impressive. The ewe that comes in second, really fresh, and I actually appreciate that a lot about her. She's more ideal in her condition, and she's still made really good. She's sound structured. Probably just needs to have more mass, more overall substance, rib, volume to compete with that ewe that goes in first. The ewe that comes here in third, here's a long-sided one. I think she's built right. One that I think, though, you probably read her as just being a little bit flatter, especially from her hip back. You'd like to see a little bit more turn to her stifle and a little bit more shape to her leg. Then the ewe in fourth, here's one that's really long and level. You like those things about her. A ewe that I think is probably heavier in the front 1/3 than in the rear, and so you just like to change that about her, make her more balanced when you view her from the side profile. The ewe that comes in fifth, one of the most sounder structured sheep in the class, really a fresh handling one that, once again, more ideal in terms of her overall condition as well. When you compare to those four that go in front of her, though, one that just gets out horsed, needs a bit more overall pounds, probably overall width and body to compete those above her, but certainly a good class of slick-sheared yearling ewes.
Placing on the class of slick shorn yearling ewes for the Horned Dorsets, first place to Gadsby, 2397. Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place, Sarge, 600, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third, Paige Minter. 4, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Horned Dorsets, first to Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Now showing fitted early fall ewe lambs, Horned Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs. Following this class, we will be selecting a senior champion and reserve senior champion. an iPhone has been turned in. It's a Verizon service iPhone. It does have an Elizabeth James cover to it, protective cover. If it is it's white. If it's yours, please come to the show ring desk and ask for it.
I think we got a really close pair at the top side of this class for your fall ewe lambs. This ewe lamb that wins, though, I think the more she's out here, the more she grows on me. I read her as being just a little bit better down her top. I think she's particularly better behind her shoulder. I think she's stronger and truer at her lines. And what I mean by that, I think she's just sharper and more impressionable at every angle you read her at. I'd like to take her, when you put her in motion, I wish she took a little bit longer, more fluent stride when she filled her tracks. There's times where she tends to get outside herself when you put her in go, but standing still, I think this one's pretty darn good. The ewe in second, no doubt she's a bolder rib, deeper sided one, and maybe that works to her disadvantage just a little bit. She tends to be just a little bit rounder in her overall appearance. Doesn't have that crisp eye appeal like that class winner. And really where I'd like to change is just off of her rear too. She tends to have a little bit more set to the rear hock and consequently drops that hip when you put her in motion. But a ton of boldness that I love about that ewe. Long body ewe comes in third. She's really out there in terms of her length, in terms of her frame. She's going to project into a large frame yearling ewe that I just like to see with a little bit more substance of bone and have a little bit more width from the ground up. The ewe that comes here in fifth, almost the same can be said here. Maybe not quite at that overall length, but a ewe that she's really good fronted. She comes onto the top side of her shoulder really well, handles with some levelness down her top. But a ewe that's probably a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work. You just like to widen her up from the ground up as well. Certainly a good class of fall ewe lambs. Let's give them a hand.
Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, first place to SP 2108 Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to Frog Hollow 21 Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And for Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Again, we're now ready to show for our senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
What an impressive lineup of females for your senior drive. I apologize for taking some time here. Much like that class of fitted ewes, I think this is just as close. When we pull that class winner from your slick class of yearlings, she ties right in with that same quality. Man, she's so smooth, and she's big topped, and she goes well. I think when we step back and we look at each of these, that fitted ewe, she fits kind of the mold of what a Horn Dorset should look like in terms of her body shape, her head, her breed character, how opened up she is in her rib shape, how uniform she is in her depth of body. I like those things about her a whole bunch. That ewe that was right behind her in class is so much like her. She's really good fronted. She's sure sharp in terms of her angles. There's just so much to like about her. Maybe doesn't come with quite the explosiveness of hip, maybe doesn't have quite the overall bone work, but there's so much to like about her. That slick sheared ewe, if we're going to change her at any way, maybe we just like to elevate her from the front 1/3 of her body. Every once in a while, standing still or in motion, she starts to run downhill just ever so slightly as well. But with that said, I'll shake the hand of your senior champion in reserve, but let's give him a round of applause for a heck of a set of ewes here.
Got a really impressive set of full ewe lambs out here, and again, we're just splitting hairs here, and maybe it comes down to personal preference, but I think the ewe that we're starting off with today, she's really, in my book, kind of the complete ewe. She's correct in her makeup and design. I like the way she moves around the ring. She's got a beautiful fleece from front to britch. I think as she continues to mature, she'll start to get a little bit more density in there, but certainly soft and certainly lustrous and very uniform in terms of that crimp at this stage. You handle her down her top, she's straight and level down that top. She blends in that shoulder blade into that rib cage just perfectly, and so really appreciate the way she sets down at the ground and opens up for a nice robust rib shape there. So just a real good productive kind of a female that's attractive on the side profile. The ewe that's in second place might have a tad more elevation at the top of the shoulder, very extended up to the front. I think she's got a great future ahead of her. Maybe not quite as long bodied, maybe not quite as stout in the muscle pattern as what we see in that first ewe, but I think she's a really nice ewe, very feminine, very elegant up through that front end, and I appreciate her uniformity in terms of fleece type. I just like to extend her out just a notch more to get her up into that top position, but I think a real nice ewe in second place. The ewe that's in third, again, I think a ewe that you really appreciate in terms of her makeup and her design. She's a little bit coarser in her fleece, maybe not quite as uniform today as what the ewes that are just ahead of her, and maybe a little bit drier to the touch from what I see, but I think a ewe that is really correct in her makeup, and again, I think gives up just a notch bit of length to our top ewes. So I was kind of going back and forth how I should place those top three ewes, but I think I'm pretty satisfied with trying to put up the ewe that I think brings the most to the table, and that's our model colored ewe there. We've got a very nice ewe here in fourth place. I think she's really correct, really good design, really good makeup, very functional in her overall design, very uniform in terms of that fleece. Maybe not quite as attractive on that side profile today, and I think she's kind of given the showman a little bit of a challenge. That's probably not helping, but I think the three ewes that are just ahead of her have a little bit more presence in the ring today, and that's why they're where they're at. I think she's really complete, really correct, and good design and good fleece there in fourth place. The ewe that's in fifth place, I think this ewe's got a lot of style. She's got a lot of presence in the ring. I want to extend her out relative to her frame size. She's pretty tall, not quite as long-bodied, and I'd really like to see if we could switch out that balance. I think she's good enough in terms of her fleece, maybe not quite as uniform as the ewes that are just ahead of her, but I think a pretty high-quality female to round out the top five in a pretty tough class. Congratulations.
For the fitted yearling ewe, our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe was our fitted yearling ewe, Frog Hollow 17, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve senior champion ewe was second in that fitted yearling ewe class, Sync Paget 2002, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the natural colored. First place goes to E. Anderson, 25-1 Tempest, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place, McDaniel, 5-5, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 5, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri.
We get into your next class of horn-fitted ewes. We got a class winner out here that, in terms of overall class presence and eye appeal, I think this one's the best. She's really good in terms of her elegance through the front one-third of her body. She stands so up on her toes. She's really sharp through that front end. One that I think you put in motion, and she's as good as anything in the class as well. The ewe in second, I think this one offers just a bit more depth of body, maybe a bit more outward turn to her rib cage. She's probably going to be just a bolder brood ewe when it's all said and done, but maybe doesn't come up with that show ring presence and elegance as our class winner has. But so many good things, just a really good, honest doing type of a sheep that falls in second. You in third, here's a big, bold type of a sheep, a lot of rib and a lot of capacity in this one. I read her as just a little earlier maturing ewe. I think maybe starting to push a little more condition. You like to just stretch her out to extend that as well. The ewe in fourth, this is a long-bodied one. She's got some extension as well. I read her as being just a little bit flatter and frailer in terms of her overall makeup. Then the ewe that comes here in fifth, one that's sound structured, and that's why she makes this top 5 lineup. We put her in motion, and she takes a fluent stride. But I think one that in terms of overall balance of design doesn't have quite the elegance and quite that show ring presence as those that go in front of her. Certainly a good class to keep this fitted ewe glam class going here.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First to Sink Paget 2120. Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to ALAM 496, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5, Addison Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Got a nice quad set of ewes out here for the senior champion drive and in the natural color division, and I think I think all 4 ewes measure up to a pretty high degree. They're very correct in their makeup. They're good in their fleece type. I can go a lot of different directions here. I'm going to go ahead and pick out the ewes that I think in my mind are the 2 top. But I think a real challenging set out here, and you guys have brought out a great set of sheep so far. So looking forward to seeing the ewe lamb classes.
For our natural colored show, our senior champion ewe was first in the yearling ewe class, McDaniel 24-7, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was first in the fall ewe lamb class, E. Anderson 25-1, Tempest, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri.
We get into our fall-born slick-sheared ewes. The high-quality complete one is the one that wins. I think when this one's set, she's so darn good. In terms of her profile, levelness of lines and balance, she's really, really nice. I think her advantage of the ewe in second is the top side of her rib cage and how uniform she is in terms of her depth of body. I just love that capacious feminine look that she gives you. I think the ewe in second handles with every bit as much width down her top. She's really big, deep loin type of a sheep. A ewe that probably just needs to be cracked open in terms of that turn to her top side of her rib cage. The ewe in third, this is a really neat fronted one. She's a good handling, expressively muscled sheep. A ewe that you just like to tie in better at the top side of her shoulder, one that starts to break a little bit behind that shoulder when she puts on the move, and when she's set, she doesn't have quite that overall balance to tie everything together. A really long-sided one comes next in line. She's nicely presented. She's good heighted. A ewe for me that probably gets a little bit high spine when you put her in motion. You like to loosen her up in terms of her flank as well to give her more depth of body. The ewe that comes in fifth, here's one that does have plenty of meat and muscle in terms of having some thickness, some width. A ewe that's probably just getting a little frailer made, a little bit piecier in terms of everything. If we could tie it all together and make her a more attractive type of a sheep, she could start competing with those that go in front of her. But certainly a nice quality of slick-sheared fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the slick shorn early and late fall ewe lamb class for the Horned Dorsets. First to Paul R. Castle, W9092, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to Paul R. Castle, W9173, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Third, Rain Gallagher, Boswell, Indiana. 4, Haley Holbrook, Leoto, Indiana. And 5, Logan Minter, Brooke, Indiana.
Well, I think in terms of consistency of quality, from top to bottom, this is the most consistent class we've had all day. I truly mean that. The ewe in fifth is a very nice ewe, but the ewe that wins this class, I think, does so quite easily still in my mind. She's so square built. Standing still or in motion, she sets her feet so square. She handles with a ton of thickness down her top. She's just a really powerfully made individual. The ewe in second is a little larger outline. She's longer sided. She has plenty of elegance and balance. For me, I just like to change her structurally. She needs to loosen up her stride. She tends to push her hock when she goes and walk on the outside of her rear toes and in motion. And she just needs to relax that spine when on the motion. The ewe in third is a really complete sheep. I think this one's balanced as good as anything. She comes down of her top side of her shoulder very high, and she's extended through that through that neck. One that I think you probably just need to see more of her. She probably needs to be bolder in terms of her makeup to compete with those two in front of her. In third, a lot can be said with that as well. She's really sound structured, but for me, I think she probably just gets to be a little bit plainer in terms of overall makeup. Doesn't have that elegance or that show ring presence. The ewe in fifth, when set, this one's as good as anything. I mean, she's made really good. She's balanced good. The young man does a perfect job of setting this one. For me, when you put this one in motion is where she finds her way into fifth. She tends to push that rear hawk out when on the move, and I'd just like to change her structurally to compete with those four above her, but certainly a good class of winter ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place to Smith 2507, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to EGC W9208, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Third to Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 4, Reba Bergman, Wadesville, Indiana. And 5, Logan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
When you get into this late spring fitted class, I think we've got two up here that sort themselves to the top quite easily. And then between them, you know, you could say that they're close, but honestly, you could say that everything that first place ewe does, she does just a little bit better than the ewe in second. And so I think she's just made very, very good. She's a little bit longer. I think she's a little bit leveler on the move. I think she carries her ring presence just a little bit more powerfully than that ewe in second. The ewe in second, if there's one thing she has going for her is I think that depth of flank is a little bit better in this ewe, and she's probably a tick deeper sided as well. But when you put this one in motion, she needs to loosen up that spine when she goes and doesn't have quite that overall length and presence as that class winner. The young immature ewe comes in third, but I'm not going to hold that against her. Obviously, she's green and she's the pound's lightest, but this one's built very, very good in terms of her balance, her levelness of lines, her breed type. There's just a lot to love of her. And down the road, I think you project this one out, and she's built much like that first and second place ewe in this class. The ewe in fourth, here's a deep-bodied, soggy, broody type of a ewe. I think she can go back and be a heck of a brood ewe in the lambing barn. For me, I'd like to pick her up in her dock set, and I'd like to make her take a longer stride off of those rear two. The ewe in fifth, here's the longest sided sheep in the class, and she's probably the biggest frame. For me, I just read her as being a little bit flatter in terms of her makeup. She's probably heavier chested, and really what we need to change on her is when you put her in motion, she tends to drop her pins and raise her spine. If we could change her structurally, she can be more competitive as well. But certainly a great class of spring horned ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first to Sink Paget 2075, Caitlin Shakel of Atlanta, Indiana. Second to Sink Paget 2062, also Caitlin Shakel. Third, Stockton Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 4, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5, Reese Campbell Reese of Chesterland, Ohio.
Nice class of ewe lambs here in the natural colored, in the white ring. Ewe that we're going to start off with, I think just really has quite a bit of presence in the ring. She's very correct in her makeup and design. I think really nicely balanced, really elevated up through that front end, a lot of extension. I like the way she ties in that shoulder into that rib cage. Very balanced in that underline. She's got some depth in her forerib and depth in her rear flank. You handle her in terms of her top line. She's straight and level, and she's very uniform in terms of her fleece type. The ewe that's in second, a little bit more, a finer fleece in this ewe from front to britch, and I appreciate that. A ewe that's just not quite as stout today, maybe not quite as mature, and I think a little bit more time. She's certainly going to have a great future ahead of her. She's correct in her makeup, really nicely patterned. Her fleece handles beautifully from front to britch, and she's very straight and level down her top. The ewe that's in third, I think, just gives up a little bit of maturity today to the other two. She's correct in her makeup, good in her design, super fine in terms of that fleece from front to britch, and I like the way she handles down her top line. I just think she gives up a little bit of size today, maybe not quite as far along in terms of that growth curve, but she'll catch up. The ewe that's in fourth place, another very good ewe in terms of her design. She's correct in her makeup. She's got some depth of forerib and rear flank. I appreciate that. I think she's pretty uniform in her fleece up to her britch region where she has a tendency to maybe run out of just a little bit. Not quite as uniform as the ewes that are just ahead of her, but I think certainly a ewe that you like her design and her overall makeup. The ewe that's in fifth place, very correct in her makeup. I think a ewe that's got a lot of attractiveness up through that front end. I like the way she lays in that shoulder blade into the rib cage. She gives up quite a bit of length to the four ewes that are just ahead of her today. I'd like to see if we could extend her from that third thread back. Very uniform in her fleece, very soft to the handle and touch, and so nice ewe to round out the top five. Congratulations.
Placing on that January ewe lamb class for the natural colored show, first place to Craig 2504, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to Scotch Lane 998, Buddha Queen, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri. Third place, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 4, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. And 5, Lucas DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
Well, we get into your slick-sheared ewe lambs on your Horn Dorset side here. We've got a ewe lamb, I think, in terms of balance and show ring presence, offer those pieces is the best. I think when you study this one in her shoulder design, her chest floor, that's really where she excels the class. And you get your hands on her. She's one of the fresher handling ones, and I really appreciate that about her. The ewe in second, this is a shapely sheep. I like that outward turn to her rib cage. I think she offers some shape to her leg and shows some muscle as a slick-sheared ewe, and that's really why she finds her way up at second. The ewe in third is another expressively muscled, tight-hided one. She's got some length of side. For me, she probably just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. A ewe that I'd like to see walk on a little larger foot with some more circumference of bone. The ewe in fifth, I like this one from the side profile. I think she's good in terms of her balance of rib. I think she's nice in terms of her structure. I think she just needs more muscle. She probably handles with the least amount of thickness down her top. She needs to have a little bit more shape to her leg and deepen her up in terms of her twist to give her more shape to that leg as well. But congratulations for a nice class of slick-sheared ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of slick-shorn winter and spring ewe lambs, first place to Smith 2512, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Lazy 5 9083, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Third, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana. 4, to Bryce Schwartz, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. Placing on the Horn Dorset Pair ewe lamb class, first place to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. And 4, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. We're now showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe for the Horn Dorsets. Following that, we'll show for Overall Champion and Reserve Champion ewe.
What a fun junior drive for your female side here on the Horton Dorsets. I think this has been an impressive show, and this is a lineup of ewe lambs that, boy, this breed is getting really, really good, and the depth was great all show long, and you get these class winners and seconds out here, and boy, they're hard to find holes in, and I love that about this breed is we want good, sound, complete sheep that still have some show ring presence, and I think they do that very, very well. I think this fall ewe lamb out here just does so many things right. I mean, she's as pretty as a picture when she's set in motion. I think she balances as good as anything. I think she's right in her lines and good foot, and still looks like she still has some really good breed character about her. This slick out here, I think actually I'm more impressed with her now when she comes out here. The balance on this one's right. You talk about levelness of lines and proportions and angles, and she does all those things very good, and I just have a lot of respect for that type of sheep. The winter fitted ewe comes out here, and once again, we talked about her in class and her boxy build and her power that she has. She's just a sheep that offers so much mass, and those are all great things that I just love about that one as well. That fitted spring, she's so neat, and when she's set in profile, she holds her head out. that silhouette is darn good, and she handles just as level as she looks and sets those feet so square and true as well. We get down to that slick sheared ewe, and obviously in that class, I thought she was the best balanced one and offered so many positive things. But that being said, when you get these out here, there's one sheep that kind of separates herself apart as having that elegant look and putting together that balance. That's the fall ewe. She'll be your champion. The spring fitted is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Junior champion ewe goes to our first place in the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Sync Paget 2120, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. The reserve junior champion came from the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Sync Paget 2075, also Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Next class will be for champion and reserve champion ewe.
Got a really nice class of lambs here in the natural color division. Two ewes that we're going to start off with today, I just really think match up quite well in terms of what they bring to the table. They're correct. They're good design. They're good footed kind of sheep that move off pretty free and easy. There's some subtle differences and things that I like about both the ewes. The ewe that we're going to start off with, though, I think just has a notch more quality and uniformity in terms of fleece type from front to britch. She handles really straight and level down her top. She's really soft to the touch in terms of her fleece. I appreciate that. When you open it up, she's got a lot of luster there, and just, again, a very soft touch to it. A ewe that's real correct in her overall makeup. The ewe that's in second, I love the way she's put together in terms of that rib shape. I think a ewe that's got quite a bit of depth of forerib, quite a bit of depth of rear flank, and a nice rib shape to her. She sets up very elegant up through her front end, so a lot of femininity, a lot of broodiness as she continues to grow and mature. I think that she is really going to be a powerhouse. I'd like to see her maybe just a notch more uniform. I think she has a tendency to run out in terms of her fleece type in that bridge. But again, it's just like splitting hairs because I think they're both high quality females and certainly ones to watch. She's not quite as stout featured as the ewe that's up in first, but I think she's certainly acceptable and above average. I love her length of body from her 13th thread back, and that goes along with the extension up through her front end. The ewe that's in third place, I think a ewe that's correct. She's very complete. She gives up a little bit of length to our top ewes today. She doesn't have quite the overall extension from that 13th thread back. She's a little bit coarser in terms of that fleece type compared to both of those ewes as well, and maybe not quite as uniform in terms of her fleece. Really correct in her makeup. I think good design. She's got a nice top in her, but a ewe that I'd like to just stretch out just a notch. The ewe that's in fourth place, another very correct ewe, very good design. She's straight and level down her top. Again, not quite as uniform in terms of that fleece. A little bit shorter in terms of that staple, so it's harder to evaluate, but I think she doesn't balance up quite as well in terms of fleece quality compared to the ewes that are ahead of her, and just a little bit drier to the touch. The ewe lamb that's in fifth place, really an attractive pattern ewe, a ewe that's got a cool color pattern to her, very unique from that perspective, really correct in her makeup. Again, just a little bit shorter bodied, not quite the maturity that we see in the ewes that are just ahead of her, and I think maybe a longer staple we'd be able to evaluate some fleece quality there just a little bit better. But a nice class here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, back on the Horn Dorset female side, we get the senior and junior champions back here for your champion drive. I just want to commend these breeders and exhibitors for breeding out an awesome set of Horn Dorsets. It certainly exceeded my expectations. The quality was deep, very, very, very good. So congratulations to you. When we bring this junior champion, we compare her to the senior, I'll be honest, she really, really pushes her, and it's very, very close. I mean, the subtle differences between them, that yearling ewe, I tell you what, you get behind her, and that's where she's most impressive. Her wide, flat hip is hard to emulate, and when you get on the profile and her depth of body and her uniform from forerib to flank is so unique, yet she comes out high on her neck-shoulder junction, and a beautiful ear set on a nice-headed Dorset ewe, just so much to love on that one. And you compare that to the elegance and the tall, high-shouldered female in that junior champion. I think this one's future growth projections are very high. I think she's going to be a larger outline one when it's said and done. Her depth of rib and flank is still really, really good. So true and square on those feet and legs. So that's just how I see him. Obviously, it comes down to personal preferences. For me today, this yearling ewe, the senior champion, will be your grand champion. We'll follow the junior for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Horn Dorset show, our grand champion ewe is our senior champion ewe from the fitted yearling ewe class, Frog Hollow 17, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Sink Paget 2120, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Now ready for young flock. Attention, North Country Cheviot exhibitors, North Country Cheviot exhibitors. Please note, when in the blue ring, we are on young flock for the Horn Dorset. We'll follow that with best four head before going into senior ram lambs for the North Country Cheviots. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the natural colored show. First place goes to Corzat, 2568, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to Scotch Lane, 1002, Hope, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. 4, Sawyer Randolph, Keatsville, Missouri. And 5, Michaela Noner, Irwin, South Dakota. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of young flock, first place to Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third, to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. North Country Cheviot exhibitors, please have those senior ram lambs ringside and ready outside the blue ring. Placing on the class of Horn Dorset best four head of ewes. First to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And third, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Our March class in the natural colored ring here, really a nice set of ewes. The two ewes that we're starting off this class with kind of come into the class and dominated, I mean, I guess in terms of elevation and frame, and then you start to evaluate the other quality aspects. They're set up very square in all four corners. I think two ewes that are really nicely balanced. The ewe that we're going to start off with, I think she's just a little bit better in terms of that underlying structure. I like her depth of forerib, her depth of rear flank. She's got a little more shape to her in terms of that rib. She's straight and level down her top. She's square in in that hip, highly uniform in terms of that fleece. I really appreciate that. I like the way she handles, very soft to the touch from front to britch, and very uniform in terms of her fleece type. The ewe that's in second with the unique color pattern there, I really appreciate that ewe. I like her overall look, her design. I'd like to see her maybe just a notch deeper in that rear flank compared to our first place ewe. I think that's where she falls just a little bit short. She's uniform in terms of her fleece type, maybe not quite as much crimp as our first place ewe, but I think certainly a high quality fleece there, really straight and level down her top, and I think pretty similar in terms of her overall pattern and design. So two nice ewes there at the top of the class. The ewe that's in third place, a little bit shorter bodied ewe today, a ewe that she looks very attractive on that side profile. You get your hands on her though, she's a little bulkier in that shoulder, doesn't blend in quite as neat into that rib cage there. She's not quite as straight or neatly tied into her top line at that shoulder into the rack region, and so I'd like to clean her up just a notch there, but I like her length of body. She's soft in terms of that fleece handle from front to britch, certainly pretty uniform in terms of her fleece type, but if we could extend her out and then also clean up her front end just a notch, we'd get her up closer into that top pair. The ewe that's in fourth place, I think another ewe that you appreciate in terms of her fleece. She's soft to the handle, very lustrous when you open it up. I appreciate that, fairly uniform, but a ewe that just gives up quite a bit in terms of frame and growth today. Not quite as stout featured as the ewes that are ahead of her. I think she just is a little bit more immature in her overall makeup. And the ewe that's in fifth place, another ewe that you appreciate in terms of fleece quality. I think a ewe that's got some length of body to her, just gives up a little bit in terms of that overall dimension today. Doesn't have quite the straightness of lines or the overall muscle or volume of rib there, but a nice class here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the natural colored show, first to Craig, 25-22, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place, Corzat, 25-85, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Third to Reese Vandervinter, Carmargo, Illinois. 4, Brooke Hershey, Worcester, Ohio. And 5, Grant Kreft, Firebolt, Minnesota. North Country Cheviot exhibitors, we do want you to realize your National Junior North Country Cheviot show has begun. So we do need those animals up ringside and ready as we go on. We have senior ram lambs in the ring. Your next class will be February ram lambs.
Well, we're going to start off your National North Country Cheviot show here, and I think we've got a pair of Ram Lambs are both really, really good. The class winner, though, I think in terms of just overall mass and body dimension, this guy excels the class. Not only that, this guy's breed character is spot on. I love the shape of his muzzle, the dark points. His ear set is right. Just looks like a North Country Cheviot that's built really, really good. The young lady's Ram Lamb that comes in second. Here's a little longer sided, taller fronted one. I just like to blow him apart. He doesn't have quite the overall width down his top, doesn't have quite that rib shape and is that class winner, but certainly a high quality pair of Ram Lambs to start off your show here today.
Placing on the class of North Country Cheviot Senior Ram Lambs, first place to Dresden 56, Dresden Frischweiler, Silverton, Oregon. Second place to CHR 22252, Micah Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Again, we've got the class that's in the ring is February Ram Lambs for the National Junior North Country Cheviot Show. Katie Dutcher, you have an entry in this class. Please come to the ring with that entry. Final call. Again, North Country Cheviot exhibitors, please have your animals up ringside and ready. Katie, you not only have a February, but you've also got a March Ram Lamb in the following class. Do want to remind everyone that the Bloom Pizza Party is at 6:30 till 8 tonight. Also, cornhole tournaments at 7. Both of those activities take place over in the pavilion, the commodities pavilion area, which is the big open-sided canopied building. Also, if you're looking for fireworks this evening, there's 3 different locations in Springfield. And if you go over to the swine barn office and talk to Donna, she's got a listing of where those are located. Placing on the class of pair ewe lambs for the natural colored show, first place to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Now showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe for the natural coloreds. Following this class, we will pick Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe.
We get into your winter class at North Country Rams. Honestly, just a little trickier of a class for me, and I guess the buck that probably gives me the most fits is the class winner. I like this buck in terms of his profile. He is extremely long. He's really big. He's probably out there in terms of a North Country, in terms of that overall size and look, but I think his breed character is still ideal. Where I'd like to change him is just when you put him in motion, I think he's got a little extra set to his hawk. He's a little bit long on those pasterns, and that's just where I'd like to correct him. That buck in second does those things better. I mean, he's really sound. He's really good in terms of his character. He's still opened up in terms of his rib shape. For me, we'd like to stretch this one out and give him just a tick more eye appeal to compete with that class winner. The buck in third, here's just a pounds heavy, good rugged type of a sheep. He's big top. He's got some meat and muscle in him. Probably just doesn't balance up as good as either of those rams in front of him. Then the fresh green ram lamb is the ram that comes in fourth. Honestly, this is a super sound, really complete sheep. Extremely green to the touch, and down the road, if you just had more time on feed with this guy, I really could see this one pushing to the top of the class because he is complete, he is sound, he does have good breed character, he's made right, just needs more time. So certainly a fun class to sort and a lot of differences. Congratulations.
Placing on the Feb.
All right, here in the natural colored ring, we've got our junior champion ewes out here, and really 6 super females. I appreciate the way they're put together. I think you've got great fleeces on these ewes. I think they're great in terms of their design. There's some subtle differences and things that you like to change about each of them or improve. But I think most of these are above average on most every trait, and I really appreciate the fact that they put it together in such a nice package. And so they're attractive in the show ring, they're functional out in the field, and I think really good kind of females out here. We'll go ahead and pick your champion and reserve. Again, we've talked about them in class today, but I think there's 2 ewes that just really rise to the occasion, and so we'll congratulate those winners and move on with the show. Let's give them a round of applause.
For our natural colored show, our junior champion goes to the first place out of the January ewe lamb class, Craig 2504, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve junior champion from the March ewe lamb class, Craig 25-22, also Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Natural colored exhibitors, we do want you to realize that following the best 4 head of ewes, we will show best fleece before we go to class 1 of our market lambs. So we'll show best fleece before market lambs. Placing on the February class of ram lambs for the North Country Cheviots in your National Junior North Country Cheviot Show. First is Barkham 2525, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place, Dresden 57, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. Third, Katie Duchwer, Plainfield, Illinois. And 4, Grant Kreft, Firebolt, Minnesota.
When we get into your spring bucks for your North Countries, we've got another really tall-fronted, upstanding type of a buck that wins this class. He's really long and level designed. Just a ton of shouldering presence in this one. If you could just stouten him up in terms of his overall body mass, I think that's where the decision becomes a little bit closer with that ram in second, because that ram in second, he's so blown apart in terms of his rib cage, just a lot of capacity. He looks like a buck that's going to go out and cover ewes and still do so while maintaining condition. I think there's just a lot of practicality in that one. He still sound structure. If you could tie his top line together better, especially behind his shoulder, and just stretch him out, I think he runs that class winner even harder. The ram lamb that comes here in third, another good complete sheep. I think this one offers plenty of structural soundness. For me, though, we just need to blow him apart. I read him as being just a little bit flatter. If he could have more width and thickness and muscle, then that one can go with his other two as well. But congratulations for a nice class.
It's really a nice set of 4 natural colored ewes, just a powerhouse set. I appreciate the femininity. I like the design. We've talked about their fleeces. I think they're all uniform, within the character that they have, and I think certainly the fineness and that may alter from one sheep to the next, but they're all uniform. They're all soft to the touch. Really correct in their makeup and design. We'll go out and congratulate your champion in reserve. I don't want to take anything away from any of the 4 out here, but I think you got 2 powerhouse ewes that we'll go ahead and pick, and that'll be your yearling ewe. And your other yearling ewe. Congratulations.
For our natural colored show, our grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe from the yearling ewe class, McDaniel 24-7, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion from the fall ewe lamb class, E. Anderson 25-1, Tempest, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the North Country Cheviot March ram lamb class, first place to Barkham 25-48, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Crafts Twin Oaks K058, Neva, Grant Kraft, Firebolt, Minnesota. And third to Katie Deutscher, Plainfield, Illinois. Placing on the North Country Cheviot Pair Ram Lamb Class, first place, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon.
This is a nice lineup of North Country bucks out here. I know that there wasn't a whole lot of numbers, but when you get these 6 individuals out here, there's just a lot of good to appreciate about all 6 of these bucks. We start with this fall buck out here. In class, you know, starting the show, we commented about his breed character and how much he just represents that breed. And when you get out here and you compare him amongst these others, it becomes apparent how blown apart in terms of his rib cage he is. He's really big top. He's good hip. Extremely level out of his hip and his dock, perfect on his feet and legs. Just a lot of good things to like about that buck. That January buck in class, we commented about how stretchy he is. He's pretty exotic in terms of his build and his design. He's really level and long. We just like to change him in terms of his pasterns and pick him up and strengthen him on those. That February buck, boy, he's made a lot like that January in terms of that extension, that levelness, that length of body. He's just got a lot of shouldering appeal. So many neat things to like about him. So we put all those things together and we compare a lot of these differences. But I think the one that probably represents the breed the most in terms of breed character and build and design is the fall. He's going to be your champion, the February Reserve. Congratulations.
Champion ram for the National Junior North Country Cheviot Show is our senior Ram Lamb class winner, Dresden 56, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. The reserve champion ram goes to our first place in the March and later born Ram Lamb class, Barkham 2548, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the natural colored young flock class, first place goes to Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Again, natural colored exhibitors following this best four-head of ewe class. We will show best fleece. Best fleece will be the class following the one that's currently in the ring for the natural colored.
We get into your yearling ewes on the North Country side. I think we've got a female that just excels the class in terms of her breed type. She's extremely dark on her points. She's really smooth when you put this one in motion. Still has plenty of thickness and body. I think this one's awfully good. The ewe in second, here's a really big, capacious type of a female. I think she's might be the pounds heaviest sheep in the class. I don't know if she just ties everything together and as neat of a package as our class winner. If we could loosen her up in her spine and make her a little bit smoother made and better balanced, I think those are the things we'd like to change about her. The big, bold, designed one is in third. She's really cracked open at the center portion of her body. She's bold in terms of her shoulders. She's good in her breed character. I think she gets a little rounder and shorter in her makeup. She also consequently starts to drop her pins when you put her in move and shortens up in her stride. The ewe that comes in fourth made a lot like the ewe that goes in front of her. There's a lot of sheep in this package, but for me, she also is starting to carry a little bit more condition. She starts to get a little rounder out of her hip. Doesn't have quite that sharpness of angularity as those ewes that go above her. Another really feminine made, deep-sided brood ewe potential type of a sheep that here comes in fifth. A ewe that you love all those things about her. I think we need to just level her up when you put her in motion, have that neck come out higher at the point of her shoulder, and ultimately when you put your hands on her, she needs to have a little bit more thickness down her top. But certainly a great class of North Country Cheviot yearling ewes. Let's give them a hand.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the National Junior Show for the North Country Cheviots. First to SS 2439, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second place to Heart and Soul Farm 0329, Katie Deutscher, Plainfield, Illinois. Third to Dresden Frischweller. Fourth place, Micah Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5 to Grant Kreft, Firebolt, Minnesota. Placing on the pair yearling ewes for the North Country Cheviots, first to Dresden Freshweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. For the natural colored, placing on the best four head of ewes, first place, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third place, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5, Jacob Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. We just finished the best fleece. So we are ready to bring into the ring Class 1 Market Lambs. Market Lambs Class 1 weighing 102 to 115. Best fleece in the natural colored show went to 25-1, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with the fall ewe lamb.
We got a pair of January ewe lambs out here on your North Country ring, and I think the one that wins is she's really pretty. I tell you what, when she profiles, she's really level, really long, super extended up through that front end. Handles with a tremendous amount of freshness to the touch here. Just a nice place to start. That ewe lamb that comes in second, this one is more open in terms of her rib shape. She probably has a slightly bigger hip when you view her from the rear. Doesn't have quite the extension, quite the elegance as that class winner, but certainly two high-quality individuals.
Placing on the North Country Cheviot Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to Barkham 2505, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Dresden S55 Spicy, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon.
we get into your February class. I think we got a class winner out here that when you view her from the profile, she's really, really hard to fault. I mean, really long and level as a string and really elegant and feminine through that front end. Just a super good looking one. The ewe in second, here's one that follows that same type. She's elevated in her chest floor. She follows that with a uniform depth of body. She still has some spring or rib, and I think she's super sound when you put her in motion. The ewe lamb in third, here's the big body, pounds heavy sheep. A ton of performance in this one. She's good in terms of her breed character. I don't think she balances up quite as nicely. I think she gets a little bit rounder out of her hip, starts to drop those pins when you put her into motion. Then the ewe lamb that comes here in fourth, this is the greenest lamb, especially when you handle her. I think down the road this one's going to continue to come. She is good enough structured. You put her in motion. She does good on her feet and legs. Just needs a little bit more time in terms of her maturity pattern to compete. But certainly a nice class of February North Country Cheviots.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the North Country Cheviots for your national junior show. First to Barkham 2512, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Dresden 58, Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. Third, Katie Deutscher, Plainfield, Illinois. And four to Grant Kreft, Firebolt, Minnesota.
I think we have a really sharp, feminine appearing female to win this next class. I think in motion is really where she beats that ewe in second. She carries her head high. I think her skeleton design on the top side of her shoulders is built better. Certainly she doesn't have quite the pounds of performance as the ewe in second. That's her true advantage. That ewe in second's probably bigger top and thicker made. However, when you put her in motion, she's starting to roach her top just a little bit, starts to tuck that shoulder and walk downhill a little bit more than we'd like to see. But you really appreciate her for the mass and the power, that practicality that she brings to the table. So certainly a nice pair of ewe lambs. Thanks for bringing them in.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to Crefts Twin Oaks K057 Joey Dirt, Grant Kraft, Firebolt, Minnesota. Second place to Heart and Soul Farm 0470 Katie Deutscher, Plainfield, Illinois. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the North Country Cheviots, first place, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Second place to Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon.
Nice class of natural colored lightweight market lambs. We've got 5 lambs that I think really show quite a bit of promise, and I think lambs that very correct in their design, good in terms of their overall makeup. They're stout and they're sound at the ground. They certainly stand with quite a bit of base width at the ground. They open up through their chest floor. They've got some rib shape, all 5 of them here. One thing I do like is all 5 of these sheep, they've got plenty of length relative to their height. I appreciate that extension from that 13 thread back, and I think all 5 of these kind of fit into that mark there. The ewe lamb that we're going to start off with today, I think she's just by far the best balanced. She carries her muscle down from her top into that lower leg, ties in a little bit deeper into that hock region. I appreciate that. I like her underline. I like her depth of rib, her shape of rib. I think she's certainly got some depth of rear flank as well. When you get your hands on her, she's every bit as heavy muscled as any lamb in the top 5, and I think a lamb that just really puts herself together when she's on the move. So a really nice sheep there to start this class off with. The young man that has got the wether here in second, I really like this wether. He's long bodied, he's extended in his overall makeup. I appreciate the width up over his top. I think particularly when we get into that loin and that hip region, he really opens up. I'd like to maybe see him just a notch more expressive in that rack region compared to our top lamb, and so that's why I put him there in second place. But I think he's certainly above average. He ties in a little bit lower in his muscle pattern. He's a little bit deeper in that hind flank than our third lamb. This wether, I really appreciate him in that upper 1/3. He's certainly got a tremendous amount of muscle and width up over his top. He's deep in that loin, wide that loin, square in that hip. He just doesn't carry that muscle pattern down low enough for me in that hind end today. I think maybe a little bit more time, we'll just have to kind of keep an eye on him, but I think a wether that I'd like to see him just a notch deeper in that muscle and a notch deeper in that lower rib or that rear rib or flank, sorry. The lamb that's in 4th place, another really good wether lamb. He has a tendency to pinch and narrow just a bit in his hip structure compared to the lambs that are just ahead of him. When he's on the move, he tends to track just a tad narrow as well. I think he certainly handles with plenty of muscle. He's got a lot of shape there, but I just like to widen him out quite a bit between his hocks, particularly when he's on the move, and then also give him a little bit more dimension in that dock region. The lamb that's in 5th place, another really good pattern lamb. This ewe lamb, she's put together extremely well. I like her top line. She's straight and she's level. She handles with plenty of muscle. She's a little bit more plain today compared to the 4 lambs that are just ahead of her. Not quite as attractive on that side view, and I think that's where she kind of falls into that 5th place position. But a real nice class here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, it's certainly been fun to sort these North Countries, and I think when we get these ewes out here for your champion drive, it's apparent that this quality was very, very good for your National Junior Show. These breeders and exhibitors got to be commended for bringing on a top-notch set. I'm going to talk these front side one more time. I think this yearling ewe was awfully special. That came from a class that was deep and really full of quality. You get around here, it's apparent that she's so bold in her makeup. She's big in her cage, and she's explosive in her hip. She looks like a North Country Cheviot ewe that's just going to cover ground and be an extremely productive brood ewe. The January ewe, this is a heck of a show ewe. She's long and really eye-catching. I think she's super extended and very feminine. I like the muzzle and the dark points on this one as well. That February ewe, when you get down here, she's just really, really complete. Sound structured. She offers probably a tick more depth of body than that January ewe. She's very green to the touch, and I think as she matures, she's gonna become a yearling ewe that's really, really powerful. And that spring ewe, I think this is one that we talked in class as being complete and feminine and good design, and those things are still true when you bring her out here and you compare her to those older ones as well. With that said, I think it's hard to get around this yearling ewe being so powerful. She'll be your champion. We're gonna go with that for the February for your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Champion ewe for the National Junior North Country Cheviot Show is first place yearling ewe SS 2439 Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. The reserve champion was first place February ewe lamb Barkham 2512 Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Now ready for young flock. Placing on Class 1 market lambs for the Natural Colored Show, first place goes to KY 7644-25063, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 103. Second place to 5344, Reed Carson, Colchester, Illinois, lamb weighing 108. Third, Cade Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 4, Caroline Mattingly. 5, Regan Klotz. Attention, Merino exhibitors were on Class 2 of 2 market lambs for the Natural Colored. We will select a champion and a reserve champion market lamb following the class that's in the ring, and then go right into Merino's. Fall ram lambs are your first class. Placing on the North Country Cheviot Young Flock class, first to Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second place, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. For the North Country Cheviot, your next class is the Market Lamb class. So Columbia exhibitors, please be aware, have your fall ram lambs up ringside and ready. We'll go right into the Columbia show after this Market Lamb class. And there's only one animal in that class. Placing on the best 4 head of ewes for the North Country Cheviots, first to Dresden Frischweller, Silverton, Oregon. Second, Felicity Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Well, to wrap up the North Country show, we've got one wether out here for the Market Lamb class, and honestly, this is a pretty good one. He's really stout featured, heavy constructed. He's got some meat and muscle built into him, especially when you view him from the rear. Really a shapely leg in this wether. Certainly one that could stand a lot more competition, but congratulations for bringing on a nice wether.
Placing on our single entry in the Market Lamb division of the North Country Cheviots, first place goes to tag 2511, a lamb weighing 113, shown by Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. That does conclude our National North Country Cheviot Junior Show. We're ready to go to Columbia's, and we need fall ram lambs.
Another nice class here in the weather division. Ewe lamb that we're going to start off with today, really correct, very complete in her overall makeup. You get your hands on her, and she's just a powerhouse in terms of balance. She's powerhouse in terms of muscle. I love her rib shape. I love her straightness down her top. She handles with a tremendous amount of dimension and expression into that rack. A nice deep loin edge to her, certainly squares up in that hip, and I think just really nicely balanced the way she ties in with that muscle pattern down low. The weather lamb, I appreciate a lot of things about him. I think he's got quite a bit of quality when you look at him up top. I'd like to see him carry that pattern down just a little bit lower in terms of that muscle. He sets down wide, based at the ground. He's certainly square hipped. I think he's got plenty of length of body, and he handles really firm. Those are all positive things. I'd just like to see him maybe a little bit deeper in that rear flank and maybe a little bit deeper in that muscle pattern, balance him up just a notch. I think he's got added length over the weather in third, and he's certainly square in his hip than the weather in third. The weather in third really handles with a tremendous amount of muscle expression, a lot of dimension up over his top. He just has a tendency to maybe not quite be as straight in that top line. He's kind of fighting the young ladies right now, and maybe that's part of the problem there. But I think a weather that just doesn't show quite as well as the two that are just ahead of him today. Again, I'd like to see him just tie down a little bit deeper, maybe stouten him up in terms of his feet and legs today compared to the lamb that's in first place. But I think a lamb that certainly fits into that third place position. The weather that's in fourth place, a real pretty pattern lamb, a lamb that I think has got plenty of length down his top. He's level and he's square in his overall makeup. I think he sets down nice and square up there his front end. He has a tendency to be maybe a little bit straighter hawked when he's on the move. I think a lamb that maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle expression in that lower leg as some of the lambs that are just ahead of him, but I think certainly a powerhouse when we start to look at that top line, because you handle him up over his rack into his loin edge. He's got quite a bit of volume of product there, and a nice lamb to go into that fourth place position. The lamb that's in fifth, another really nice lamb here, super long bodied, this ewe lamb. I appreciate that. I like her overall pattern and design, but I think she just gives up a little bit in terms of muscle expression today. Not quite as expressive, not quite as heavy muscled or dimensional as the lambs that are just ahead of them, particularly when you handle her down her top. She just doesn't have quite the overall width, quite the overall depth of loin, but a really nice pattern lamb, and I think certainly one that's above average. So great class here. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, well, we start off the Columbia show with a heck of a class of fall bucks. I think the buck that wins this class is quite good in terms of his overall quality. His bright white open face just attracts you to him, and then he stands out on a really big square foot, and he's made good in terms of his fleece, got a ton of density to it. Just a really nice place to start off the show here today. The buck that comes in second, this one is very good in terms of his uniformity of fleece. I think he's sound enough on his feet and legs. We really like to change him, especially in comparison to that class winner is from his hip back. If we could level him up on his pins, raise him up in his dock, and give him a shot more muscle in terms of his leg shape, I think that one can be a little more competitive, but certainly two good fall bucks to start the Columbia show.
Placing on our Class 2 market lambs in the natural colored show, first place went to Shelby Thomas, Normal, Illinois, with 25,021, 130-pound lamb. Second place, Ray Ann Liggett, Carmel, Indiana, with lamb 1660, weighing 151. Third, Kenna Bowden, Hartford, Wisconsin. 4, Penelope Kemp, Ridgefield, Connecticut. And 5, Miranda Scrammer, Maple Park, Illinois. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Market Lamb. Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Columbia show, first place to Bauk 24-82, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to Roth 4F33, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois.
We've talked about each of these lambs in their respective classes. you know, collectively as a group, really a nice design group of sheep out here, very functional in their makeup and very attractive in their show ring appearance. And so I think we start to evaluate carcass traits. All four of these lambs are certainly going to hit the mark. They've got a tremendous amount of muscle. They've got a lot of shape there, and they're put together in a really balanced package today. So we'll go out and we'll congratulate your champion and reserve. Really a pleasure to be able to evaluate these the weather division today here in the natural colors. But let's give these kids a round of applause.
Our champion market lamb, the natural colored, is 25021 out of Class 2. Shelby Thomas, Normal, Illinois, lamb weighing 130. Reserve champion was second in that same Class 2, 1660. Ray Ann Liggett, Carmel, Indiana, with a lamb weighing 151. That does conclude our natural colored show. We are ready to go to Merinos with fall ram lambs.
We get into your winter Columbia bucks over here. I think this pair is actually quite close. And ideally, I'd like to change just a few things about them structurally, but I think the buck that wins just has more thickness. When you handle him, he's wider loin, he's bigger hip. I think he has a more shapely leg to him. He is denser in terms of his fleece, and it may be a little bit more ideal in terms of his openness to his face and his head shape. A little stouter featured in terms of his bone work. The buck that comes in second, this is a higher quality fleece, really soft and to the touch, and really opens up with some luster to it. A buck that I'd just like to soften up in terms of his rib shape, just widen up, mask that buck up to have more masculinity and thickness.
Placing on our February and later born ram lamb class for the Columbias, first place goes to Thiessen, 2523. Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve champion to Bussinger, 66. Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
Well, as we have these four bucks come out here for your champion Columbia Ram, I think it's apparent that we've got one buck that really sets himself apart in terms of quality. This fall buck is awfully good in terms of his bone work, his masculinity, breed type. He's going to be your champion. And then I think it really does get a little closer for a reserve between that second place fall and your first place spring. I think the buck that follows that same type of body shape and that the uniformity in terms of some denseness of fleece and being good on his footwork and having some thickness is that springborn buck. The spring will be your reserve. Congratulations to you.
Champion ram goes to the first place fall-born ram lamb, Bauk 24-82, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. The reserve champion was the first out of the February or later ram lamb class, Thiessen 25-23, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. We want to remind you, if you finish showing for the day, pizza is ready now over at the Commodity Pavilion. Donna just texted me and said it has arrived.
Got a nice class of fall bucks here. Three bucks that, you know, a little bit different in terms of their type as we go down the lineup. But the buck we're going to start off with today, just really, I think, a big ribbed kind of a buck that when you evaluate him from conformation standpoint, he's straight and level down his top. He handles with enough width up over his top. He's certainly got some rib shape there. I think a buck that moves off just a notch better in terms of his hip structure. I also like his fleece quality from front to britch. He's certainly got a lot of character. He's really bright. When you open up that fleece, a definitive dirt layer, handles really soft, and just has got a nice color to it. The buck that's in second place, a little bit more elevated in terms of his makeup, maybe a bigger footed, stouter featured kind of a buck compared to our first buck, but a buck that's just a little bit more immature in his makeup today, maybe not quite as uniform in that fleece type from front to bridge, but both two really nice bucks here in first and second. Third place buck, I think, really have to appreciate him for his fleece. He's uniform, he's fine, he certainly opens up, he's nice and bright there. I just like to see him a little bit stouter, maybe a notch bigger frame. Those, you know, some of the qualities that we see in the two bucks that are just ahead of him, but a nice trio here to start off the Merino show. Congratulations.
Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Merinos, first place goes to Inbody F2462, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second place to Smith, KLS 2540, Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And third place to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio.
We've got 5 yearling ewes out here in your Columbia division that I think are quite close, to be honest with you, and it's extremely close between first and second. The ewe that wins, though, I think this is just the stoutest featured, most rugged appearing ewe in the class, and I think she brings the most just total power in terms of what she has for thickness, and she balances that into a really attractive package. I think her fleece is still good enough too. She opens up with a very bright white fleece, and it's fairly dense as well for a Columbia. So all those things put together, I think you just logically have to start with her. That ewe in second. Now this is a really long, really tall fronted one, and I really love those things about her. And I actually appreciate her rear hock set better than that ewe in first, and if I could change that ewe in first, I'd be the first to change that rear hock on her, give her a slight more angle to that, and I appreciate that ewe's head in second a little bit better too. I like that breed character about her, but she just doesn't match that overall mass, that overall substance as that class winner. The ewe in third, this is a super complete one. She's big bodied. I think this is a brood ewe potential is going to be super solid. We bring her back into the breeding barn, but probably just gets out-horsed in terms of her overall length of body and overall class ring presence. The ewe in fourth, here's one that's got a lot of length aside. A ewe that for me, we just need to stouten up in terms of her bone work. I'd like to change her out of her hip structure, make her wider appearing when you view her from the rear. Then the ewe in fifth, I think this one's actually probably one of the better structured ones when you put her in motion. A ewe for me that's getting a little more open up in terms of her fleece quality for these Columbias here today. Certainly 5 high quality Columbias ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place to Bauk 24-57, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to Thiessen 2343, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 4, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Fifth place, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
Got a nice class of winter rams here. The two rams that we're starting the class off with today, I think really kind of measure up to a high degree in terms of structure and balance. They've got the right type of side profile, the right type of structure, and I think put together very well. The buck that we're using in first, I think just a little bit more rib there. I think he certainly handles with quite a bit of dimension up over his top. Then you get your hands on his fleece. He's really bright and white in terms of that face, very lustrous in the appearance, very soft to the handle, very soft to the touch, and I appreciate that. I think the buck that's in second is equally as high quality in terms of fleece and very uniform from front to britch. Maybe a little bit coarser once you get back to that britch region, but I think pretty uniform overall. A buck that's really straight and level down his top, really square in terms of how he sets down on his feet and legs. I think he just gives up a little bit in terms of that overall mass when you get your hands on him, but two nice bucks in first and second. The third place buck, a buck that I think just gives up a little bit in terms of fleece quality today, maybe not quite the extension, the elevation that we see in the two bucks that are just ahead of him or the future grow. I think he's pretty correct in his makeup. He's got some rib shape there, so very complete in his overall package. Not quite as attractive as his two bucks that are in first and second. We've got a pretty immature buck here in fourth place. I think a buck that just gives up a little bit in terms of fleece quality from front to britch. He's got some youthfulness there. He's got a nice front end, some extension up through his front end. I think he's going to continue to grow. Might be one to kind of keep an eye on. But four really nice bucks for this class in the winter Merinos. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ram lamb class for the Merinos, first place goes to ALAM 497, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Inbody 2503, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And four to Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Without question, the deepest class that we've had in the Columbia so far. But I think when it comes down to finding the one that really grabs your attention with some show ring appeal and class, it's that fall ewe that wins this division that has that all. She's so tall fronted. She's good at the point of her shoulder. She's really soft in terms of her fleece quality. Ideally, I'd like to see her just a little bit softer sided at this stage of maturity, and I think there are other ewes that have more capacity right now than what she does, but certainly her future potential for being a large frame yearling is really, really high. The ewe in second, I appreciate the body build of this one a little bit better. I like that depth of body from forerib to flank a little bit nicer than the class winner, but you put this one in motion, she probably tightens up. Maybe that's because she's fighting the exhibitor just a little bit, but if we can loosen her up in her spine, I like this one to run to the top actually a little bit better. Her hip and dock set is phenomenal. I really like those things about her. The ewe in third, this is just a stout-featured, big, bold design Columbia ewe that has a great head shape. I like her type. Her fleece quality is certainly not as good as those two that go above her. Maybe not quite the uniformity from forerib to britch, but because of that stoutness and that thickness, that's why she finds herself in that third hole. Another tall fronted one comes here in fourth, and this one's really elegantly made up through that front 1/3 of her body. For me, though, she starts to get a little bit narrower from that hip back, a little narrower base and tracking when you view her from the rear. That fifth place ewe actually is the best quality fleece ewe in the class. Super dense, uniform fleece. I love those things about her. Maybe just doesn't have quite the overall balance. Maybe gets out horsed just a little bit in terms of her frame and growth. Another really good complete one that rounds the class. I like her head shape a lot. I think she looks like a Columbia in terms of her breed character. We just need to have more horsepower, more of her to compete with those 5 above her. Certainly a good class of fall ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of fall ewe lambs for the Columbias, first place to Bauk, 24-76, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place to Bauk, 24-74, also Jessica Lindau. Third place, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. 4, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. And 5, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois.
All right, in our spring Merino Ram Lamb class, we got a couple individuals that really rise to the top. I think 2 bucks that just have an advantage in terms of maturity and growth today. The buck that we're going to start off with, just really the stoutest featured buck in this class. I think he sets down really wide at the ground. He's got some rib shape to him. He's certainly straight and level down his top. I like the way he lays in that shoulder blade into his rib cage. He's got plenty of rib shape there, and I think a buck that certainly tracks wide enough, certainly free and easy on the move. You get your hands on him in terms of that fleece quality. You open it up, and he's uniform from front to britch. He's bright and white in terms of that fleece, and he handles really, really soft and supple to the touch. So a nice pattern buck, a good bodied buck, and certainly a high-quality fleece there in our first place ram. The buck that's in second, I think he follows suit in terms of fleece type and quality. He might be a little bit more immature in terms of his makeup, but I think he's certainly got an advantage there over the bucks that are below him. He's correct in his makeup. He's good in his design, really straight and level down that top. Buck that really comes out high out of the top of that shoulder with his neck, and I think he's just got a beautiful front end. So really a nice buck, and I think one that will always be a nice pattern type of a sheep. And again, very straight and level in his design, good in terms of his feet and legs, and very uniform in terms of that character on that fleece. The buck that's in second place or third place, I think a buck that just gives up a little bit of immaturity today to the rams that are just ahead of him. He's square, he's correct in terms of his structure, he's straight down his top. He needs to be a little bit more extended through his from his 13th rib back, maybe a little bit longer in terms of that fleece staple, so we can actually evaluate quality would probably help. And but I think certainly uniform enough at this stage of the game. The ram that's in fourth place, I think another ram that he's got some elevation and certainly beats the 2 bucks that are below him in terms of that growth curve, but he just gives up a little bit in terms of overall length of body. He's a little bit higher in that hip and lower in that tail set for me today, and that's why I've got him in that fourth place position. I think we've got 2 bucks in fifth and sixth that are pretty similar in their makeup. They're pretty young, they're pretty green. I think they've got some future there, but I think a little bit more time at that feed bunk to be able to evaluate the fleece length as well as, or fleece quality as well as type quality, I think would certainly help. So nice class here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Results of the Spring Ram Lamb class for the Merino show. First place goes to In-Body 2525, Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to In-Body 2530, also Megan In-Body, Genera, Ohio. Third, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. 4, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. And 5, Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
We get into your ewe lamb class for your Columbia breed here. We got a class winner that's really, really long, really good in terms of her top line. One that I like in terms of the uniformity of fleece that she offers. It's just one that I think offers too many good things to get around. You got to tie into all that and let her win. The ewe lamb that comes in second, I think it's awfully close between second and third. She opens up with a really bright white, clean fleece, slightly longer staple, probably a little bit more uniformity to that fleece as well. I think this one offers a little bit more stoutness in terms of her overall bone work. She's bigger topped. Where I'm going to change her is onto the front 1/3 of her body. She needs to come out higher of her neck shoulder junction, but she's got a lot of great pieces that we're going to go ahead and tie in and let you use. The ewe that comes here in third, here's one that is tall shouldered. She's really elegant through the front end. One that I just like to change in terms of her fleece quality, especially as that belly wool starts to creep up on the side. We just like to stretch her out from that 13th rib back as well. A good ewe that comes here in fourth is big-footed. She's pretty sound structure when she's on the move and motion. One for me that probably just doesn't balance up quite as well. We'd like to change her onto that front 1/3 of her body, make it cleaner and smoother through that shoulder design to balance it up with her rear 2/3 of her body. Much can be said about the same ewe in fifth. This ewe, I think, just needs to have more natural thickness, especially when you view her from the rear. I read her as being one of the flatter made ones. If we could add some little more thickness and muscle to compete with those that go above her, then we'd really have something. But certainly a good class of Columbia ewe lambs.
Placing on the January class of Columbia ewe lambs, first place to Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with Bauk 2532. Second place to Bar 1165, Eva Beckner, Westfield, Indiana. Third, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. And 5, Morgan Davis, Hinkney, Illinois. Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class for the Merinos, first place to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second, Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Third place, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. And 4 to Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
Nice set of Merino bucks out here for your champion drive. We won't talk too much about them. We've seen these bucks in class, but again, correct, good-footed, I think good-legged kind of bucks that have got a tremendous amount of fleece quality. And, you know, I think when you look at their body type and their conformation, they're certainly above average. And so we'll go out and we'll pick your champion and reserve. I think 2 individuals just kind of rise to the occasion here, and so they'll get the handshake. But let's give these guys a round of applause.
For the Merino show, our champion ram goes to the first place fall ram lamb Inbody F2462, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. The reserve champion to the winter ram lamb class winner, ALAM 497, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
We get into your spring class of ewe lambs for your Columbia. We've got one that I think wins this class quite handily. This is just a very square-built, sound-structured one. Points those toes forward, goes out and moves with a nice, long, fluent stride. And you open her fleece and opens up with a ton of luster and character. Just a really nice spring ewe to go ahead and win this class. The ewe that comes here in second, it's closer between second and third. I think the ewe in second's put together a little bit better in terms of her skeletal design. I think she lays her spine in a little bit looser and leveler, especially at the top side of her shoulder. Maybe doesn't have quite the quality of fleece as the ewe in third, and that's where she has the advantage. She's maybe a little larger outline, one that gets a little higher in her hip, a little steeper on her rump. If we could change that structurally, I think we could switch that pair. But right now, she needs to stay in third because of that correctness issue. Certainly a nice class of spring ewe lambs.
For our Columbia show and our February and later ewe lamb class, first place goes to Thiessen 2521, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to Bussinger 68, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place to Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Columbia pair of ewe lambs class, first place to Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 4, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
What a drive we have out here for your champion, Columbia U. I think this is a powerful set, and I think you juniors and the breeders behind these genetics need to be commended. This is a fantastic drive that exemplifies the power behind this breed. And when we get these 2 yearling ewes back out here, they're massive. They're big in terms of their rib. They're massive in terms of their frame size, and you love those things about it. And I think when you start comparing them to these ewe lambs, and you wonder if they can grow into that, and maybe they will. I think my other third favorite one out here is this February. She's put together as cool as anything out here. Her fleece is high quality and uniform and dense, and probably the soundest structured sheep out here in this lineup, and I appreciate that about her. But when we have 2 yearling ewes that are this powerful, it's hard not to use them. The first and second yearling will be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Columbia U goes to the first place yearling ewe, Bauk 2457, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. The reserve champion goes to the second place yearling, Thiessen 2343, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa.
Really nice Merino yearling ewe class here in the top 5. I think ewes that really high quality in terms of fleece. I think certainly when you start to evaluate that, we've got a uniform set of fleeces out here. Some are a little bit finer than others, but I think all 5 of them are pretty uniform from front to bridge. The ewe that we're going to start off with today, just really a beautifully patterned ewe, a ewe that I appreciate her correctness, her design. She's very elevated through that front end. She ties in high and neat in terms of the top of that neck or top of that shoulder where her neck ties in, really up fronted, really beautiful, really straight down that top level and that hip structure. And I think of you that when you handle her, she's got quite a bit of dimension there underneath that fleece. Then you start to open up her fleece and she's bright and white and uniform from front to bridge. Really a nice package. The ewe that's in second place, super fine in terms of her fleece from front to bridge. I really appreciate that. I like her depth of rib. I like her spring of rib. She handles quite a bit of width up over her top. Not quite as attractive through the front end as our first place ewe, but I think she's certainly got some broodiness to her. She's certainly got some correctness and design there, and she certainly falls into that second place position. The ewe that's in third place, I think, just gives up a little bit of that overall attractiveness on that side profile. She's a little bit shorter bodied today, maybe not quite as extended up through that front end. A ewe, though, that has a high quality fleece, a lot of rib shape, a lot of dimension there, so certainly a productive kind of a ewe, and a ewe that's going to put together a really, really nice pounds heavy kind of fleece. The ewe that's in fourth place, very correct in her makeup and design, a ewe that's got a little bit more extension up through that front end than our third place ewe. She's maybe got a tad more length from her 13th rib back, a little bit coarser in her overall fleece makeup compared to the top 3, but I think certainly still falling within those the Merino guidelines. She's long bodied, she's good top, she's very correct in her makeup and design. The ewe that's in fifth place, another good fleece ewe, a ewe that you appreciate in terms of that fleece quality from front to bridge. I'd like to see her maybe just a notch straighter in terms of that top line, maybe clean her up through her chest floor and her front end just a bit when she's on the move. But I think another nice ewe. She's got some rib shape to her. She's got some dimension. She puts that together with quite a bit of fleece quality there. So a nice class here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the Merino yearling ewe class, first place to Diller R 581, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to Inbody F 2376, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Fourth place, Trevor Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And 5, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Columbia Young Flock class, first place to Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Second, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 4, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class for the Merino show, first place to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the best forehead of ewes class for the Columbia show, first to Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Second place, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And fourth place to Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio.
Nice set of fall lambs out here in the Merino show for the ewes. The ewe that we're going to start off with, just a little more mature today, really correct in her makeup, a lot of rib shape there. I appreciate that. She handles with a lot of dimension down her top. You open up her fleece and she's got a nice long staple there, really bright and lustrous in terms of that color and that handle from front to breech, and really uniform. The ewe lamb that's in second place, I really like her pattern. I really like her design. I think she just gives up a little bit of maturity today. Maybe not quite as long bodied or deep ribbed. I think a ewe that will continue to grow though, and certainly probably play catch up when she hits her yearling show season next year. But I think a ewe lamb that really has got a nice fleece on her, very uniform, maybe not as fine as the first place ewe, but I think certainly comparable and certainly within the expectation for the Merino breed. The ewe that's in third place, really long-bodied. I think a ewe that you start to evaluate her, you like her fleece quality from front to breech. She's a little bit more open in her shoulder when she's on the move. She doesn't quite have the side profile that we see in the first two ewes, but I think really correct, really complete, and very good in terms of her fleece quality there to round out the class in third. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to Inbody F2467, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second place to Scott 2677, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third place, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. For our Columbia show, best fleeced animal went to Davis, 2952 out of the fall ewe lamb class, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. That does conclude our shows in the Blue Ring today and concludes our Columbia show as well. Our judge has been Justin Fritchie of Pipestone, Minnesota. See you tomorrow morning at 7 in that ring.
Nice class of winter ewe lambs here. Again, 3 ewe lambs that I think are pretty correct in their makeup. Ewe that we're starting off with today just dominates the class in terms of performance. She's got a nice deep forerib, deep rear flank. She's got some dimension and body to her. And then you look at her when she's on the move, and I think she moves off very level, very long strided, easy strided, and I think very correct in her overall makeup. The ewe is really uniform in terms of her fleece type. I appreciate her from front to bridge, very fine, very uniform, and I think a ewe that's very, very well put together. The ewe that's in second place, I think, just gives up a little bit in terms of maturity today. She's got a lot of length of body. She's got a nice high-quality fleece to her, a nice long staple, a bright, lustrous fill. She's more extended from that 13th rib back than our ewe that's in third place. I think she's a little bit stouter in terms of how she's put together, a little bit wider up over her top, and certainly a little bit more volume of fleece there. Our ewe that's in third place, probably the most immature out of the 3, and I think a ewe that's got some grow left in her. I think she's real extended up through her front end. She's real level down her top. I'd like to see her longer from that 13th rib back and maybe a little bit more fleece quality from front to bridge to get her up one of those top 2 positions. But a really nice pattern ewe there in third place. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Merinos, first place goes to InBody 2508, Megan InBody, Genera, Ohio. Second place to InBody 2509, Megan InBody, Genera, Ohio. Third place to Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania.
Got our late spring class here. Ewe lamb that we're going to start off with just kind of dominates the ring. Really correct in her makeup, good designed, really good structured, straight down her top line. You get your hands on her and you're certainly not disappointed. She really has a nice handle to her. Her fleece is beautiful from front to britch at this stage of the game, and I think she's just going to be a powerhouse as she continues to grow. The ewe lamb that's in second, a little bit more extended in terms of her overall makeup. I think she gives up a little bit of maturity. I like her length of body. I like her design. She's pretty uniform in her fleece, pretty soft in that fleece, maybe not quite as fine as what we have in that first place ewe lamb, but I think she's pretty correct. The ewe that's in third place is a little bit finer from front to britch, but I think she gives up a little bit in terms of her overall dimension down her top. She's not quite as long as her hip as that ewe lamb that's in first, maybe not quite as extended up through that front end. Really correct, really complete, very, very high quality in terms of her fleece. We've got a couple lambs there in fourth and fifth that I think just a little bit more time at the feed bunk. I think they're lambs that are fairly good in terms of their feet and legs. They're correct in their design. I just like to see them a little bit more pounds heavy to be able to have them compete with the ewes that are just ahead of them. But a nice class here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placing on the class of spring ewe lambs, first place goes to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2534. Second place, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania, with Hoover 2505. Third place, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4, Alyssa Marvin of Wauseon, Ohio. And 5, Alyssa Marvin. Placing on the class of pair ewe lambs for the Merinos, first place goes to Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Third, to Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
Really nice set of Merinos out here, and I think in this U drive we've got a nice lineup on this front row. We'll pick our champion and reserve out of that, but I think ewes that are really good designed. Certainly performance kind of ewes that set down really wide at the ground. They're correct. They move out freely. They certainly have got a tremendous amount of fleece quality out there. We'll go ahead and pick your champion and reserve. I think they're two ewes that just really rise to the occasion today, and I think certainly will continue to do well all summer long. But congratulations to everybody. Let's give them a round of applause.
Champion Merino ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, Diller R581, Morgan, in-body, Bluffton, Ohio. The reserve champion to the first place fall ewe lamb, in-body F2467, Megan, in-body, Genera, Ohio. Now ready for young flock. Placing on the Merino Young Flock class, first place to Megan, in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second to Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. Placing on the best four head of ewes, first place to Megan, in-body of Genera.